Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis here for our closing day card. It's going to be a wonderful day of racing. We have 13 races, Jimmy.
Yeah, get tied on. First post at just about 12:45 and 35 minutes. 13 on the card. The first 11 for the thoroughbreds, the last 2 for the quarter horses. A lot going on here. Great racing. We have some giveaways going on, and the weather cooperated.
Yeah.
We're back on the turf.
I know, I love it. Like I said this morning, Tony said, let's use that stuff. We got it. Let's run on it. And it hasn't rained. Last few days been fast track yesterday, kind of in the middle of the card. So looking forward to running on the grass today. We have a couple of premier races as well, Jimmy Mack.
Yes, we do. The final 2 races on the card are $100,000 handicaps for the 2-year-old Indiana breds, a boys and a girls division, and those are wide open races.
And then some of the allowances have some of our stakes horses in them. I mean, this is a really, really tremendous closing day card. We have a lot of awards to give away. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But without further ado, let's send it to Mr. Chris at WRTV to give us the weather report for the day. Chris?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, it's one of the better afternoons that we've had this week. Temperatures holding in the mid-50s. We'll hover right around 56 over the next couple of hours, and nothing but sunshine. Heading into the evening hours, starshine back, temperatures dip back into the 40s. A big improvement from today is losing the wind that we've had through most of the week. We're looking at winds at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, much more manageable and fairly seasonable for this time of year. Rachel, back to you.
Yes, this looks
Seasonable.
a little bit more like it. 22, 20, or
Yeah.
28, not seasonable.
Yeah. Well, where was this weather last week?
Yeah,
when you
where
were-
was it?
They had the hat and coats on out there on TV.
Yeah, dude. And the Fox people even feel bad for me. They're like, "You're sick." And I was like, "Yeah, thanks for making me go outside the last 2 weeks."
56, I'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
November 13th.
Yesterday was a little chilly in the wind, and I'm sure it's going to be very much the same, but it's definitely manageable. Horses love this kind of weather, so that's good for
I do
them.
too.
You do too, yeah.
FG weather.
Do you get hot?
Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you say the initials.
Okay.
You know what? Eric texted me and was like, take off LFG on your board just in case. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Let's play it safe. And I go, but I put it up because FanDuel has an LFG like bet of the day. And then on Sunday he was watching football. He goes, oh my God, you're right. Tom Brady's doing an LFG
Well, my
player
FG
of the game.
My FG is
It's
a little bit better.
different. Yeah.
Big guy weather, I'll say that.
Big
No,
guy
I do like it. I love the weather. Horses do like it. And track conditions fast.
Yeah.
Turf course listed is good. Turf rails at 24 feet. And a lot of good racing today going on. And there's a couple horses I like in today.
Can't wait to talk about it.
We'll talk about. And a guy that's riding a couple of the ones I like is Joe Ramos.
Mr. Joe Ramos has won 6 in 2 days, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at his double from yesterday.
Yep, he's been on fire. In fact, started the day off yesterday with Turbo Lady from Randy Klopp, and Turbo Lady broke the maiden here, went to the front, and never looked back. Was a 2-to-1 co-favorite, but it did win often and win well. 1 of 4 wins yesterday. Randy Klopp ever widening in the trainer standing, so you don't have to worry about that today, Rachel.
Yes, it ended up being nice because Klopp took most of the titles, so I kind of grouped them together, which makes it easy on me. And then in the 4th race, he was on Phenomenal Dream for Aaron Shorter. This was a very nice race and nice favorite. I mean, it was a pretty heavy favorite, but still, it was a nice run.
Yeah, they bet him down. He was a decent number in the program, and this was either his 25th or 26th start, but had been gelded. So he had his mind on business.
Yep.
He didn't have to worry about anything else yesterday.
That'll do it.
And that'd make me run if they threatened to do that again.
They did it once. He's not going back. Congratulations.
No. And
one
with ease there.
Yeah.
Had 4 wins on the card yesterday. So a couple of other guys with some wins on the card yesterday. Tim Eggleston, he kind of had a couple of wins, both in the thoroughbred and quarter horse. And did you get Mitch?
I did.
With Rich?
Mitch has.
Rich with
I
Mitch?
did not bet. I had Mitch in my picks, but he beat my top horse. But I should have known. When I was even talking about that horse and how Mitch was on it, I was like, man, this horse is going to beat me. I knew it. I made it happen. Jinxed myself, but there it is.
Yeah, had a good winner for Eggleston, 514 Racing. The 3-horse went gate to wire, took some money, and 514 Racing is going to be, I think, our second leading owner here at the meet for Matt. And, Matt was playing in that contest yesterday, 29 finalist in the Wednesdays.
Yes,
for
Warriors.
winning.
Hey, I do want to say, though, Jordan, his assistant, actually called me. He is 1.5 in quarter horse and 1.2 in thoroughbred. I don't know if that's ever been done at the track before, but to have that much be in the top earnings on both breeds is
So it's
definitely
2.7
feather
roughly,
in
if I
his
do the math
lap,
right.
yeah.
Generally, the leading jockey has maybe $3 million.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
He's just very
standout meet.
impressive. But yeah, for Racing Rachel's Warriors, congratulations to Diane Cheney, a longtime player in our handicapping contest. She
1,000
plays in
bones.
all of them, 1,000 bones. Then we paid out the top 5. Dan West, Carrie Worth, Karen McGinnis, and these are all my locals, and Charles Smothers. Every person with the last name Smothers here has won free money off us.
Yeah. Well, that was a fun sequence yesterday, and Diane got
It
lucky.
was.
She sniffed out that Ricky Short winner that was 35-1 that launched her to the lead. So, it was a good contest. We have some other contests going on here. We got one December 6th still.
We do. We're going to do the NHC. He's qualified. He was there with me last year, so I've learned a lot from those contests. But you get $500 buy-in, right?
$500, and you can get 3 and live money contest. You keep the money that you win. A lot of people don't really consider that. They use it as points. But anyway, they whatever you're done with at the end of the contest, and we'll have I believe the top 4, right?
Yes.
Yeah, top 4 will receive an NHC should they be eligible. And in order to be eligible, you have to be a member of the NHC. You can get that on NPRA.com.
I think we even give you a travel voucher for, I think, the top or something like that. So.
Yep, you get a travel stipend for the airfare. I think around $500. You'll get your hotels comped.
Yep.
It's a really good thing. If you haven't qualified yet, get in. If you have qualified, you can have 2 seats out there. So come on out. It's going to be a great contest, and probably the last one without going out there on the final day, day before the contest to be able to get one. There's not very many left, especially not one where you're going to get in for $500 and you have a chance to get 4 seats.
We want to do a quick congratulations before we talk about the 10th and 11th race. Congratulations to our Juan Saez leading apprentice jockey, Jose Gutierrez. Our leading thoroughbred jockey was Fernando de la Cruz. Leading trainer, Randy Klopp. I'd also like to give a personal thank you for doing so well and making my job a little bit easier today. It's amazing. And leading owner, Haran Thoroughbreds, and his assistant, Socorro Flores, will be accepting that award. As I called John last night, not going to be here.
Speaking of $1.2 million, I think that's what they did as leading owner.
Really?
The Heron, yeah.
Oh, I have the stats. I'll have to look that up. But that's 1.1. More than $1 million just in owners. That's amazing, John. And then the leading horse is Klopp's Cupid's Runaway, just a very impressive guy.
That's 2 years in a row, right?
2 years in a row, and that is a first in track history.
And I think, unofficially, but I think we researched this, he's the all-time winningest horse here.
Yes, I think so.
Yep.
Quarter Horse Awards is Eduardo Diaz, who rides for Tim Eggleston. Tim Eggleston is our leading trainer, so we're going to do theirs together. And then Campos Family Ventures will be in between the 2 quarter horse races. They are the leading owner. And we'll do Tim's horse, too, because his horse won last night. It was tied 4-4, but Streaking Down the Beach had more earnings. But now it's no question he's got the most wins on the meet. So we will do all of those today.
Yeah,
We're going to do the Jockey Toy Drive. Jimmy Mac got us pizza to sustain us today. Let's talk about the 10th race. It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a great day. Just dig down in the form, take a seat, and relax. We have 13 races, 27 minutes till the first. What race are we talking about, the handicap?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about race
first.
10, which is Miss Indiana, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
And actually, since it's 2-year-olds, it's stakes, a mile and 70. This is really a nice field, and I went with the 6 in here. I went 6-1. I think El Tinge breaking through the gate, if you saw that the last time she tried to run, she got scratched, she was going to be the winner. I mean, that girl went around that track three, almost 4 times at full speed and didn't get tired. So let's see if she's can pull off a little bit of that with a jockey on her back.
Yeah, I like that gray filly from the John Langmar barn. John's always liked her, and he's been really high on her all spring and summer. And in fact, I know Marcelino Pedroza even went down and worked her a couple times, and he's been high on her. It's just a little bit unlucky so far at the meet. She did break the maiden 2 back, and last start was second, beating a couple of lengths. And I look for her to move forward, Elting. And it's a good quality race. $100,000 up for grabs. These horses are going a mile 70 on the fast surface. I think she's one you have to use. And what I do like from the Riv barn is the 2 Spirited Annie. Now this one just won against Open Company. Now, in fact, both of her wins have come in non-restricted Indiana bred races. The one time she did face state breds, that was here in the handicap, and Spirit of Justice beat her third, beat 5 lengths. But more Spirit, she's got some more than ready on the dam side. I think she's going to benefit of any of these at the route distance, Rachel. And the track, if it's still playing to speed, she's going to be tough to catch.
Yeah, I know. I went back and forth about that today because we're not really sure. It's been fast yesterday, but
Do you have a
it
Tequila
definitely has.
Herrador long shot play?
No, my Tequila Herrador long shot play would probably be earlier in the card. But I did put in the 5, 8 to 1 in the morning line, Prayer Unbridled. Look at this horse. I mean, this is the thing with me is that I took into consideration with this one is a mile. Some of these horses haven't ran 2 turns.
She's won at a mile.
Right. So that's why I put Prayer Unbridled. Plus, I love Terry. Phillips
This race
Life-Free.
historically has produced long shot winners.
Yep, because it's young
For
horses.
exactly what she
trying
just said. A lot
something
of these
for the
horses
long-
haven't raced at a mile. It's kind of unproven. You don't know who's going to get the distance and
Exactly.
who won't. And sometimes you'll have horses heavily bet here that only ever, they're doing something for the first time. So there is another horse in there that I like a little bit, and along the same lines has won at the distance, and that's number 3, Over and Above for Gennaro. This one broke the maiden last start at a mile 70, gets Gabe Sias, one of my favorite jocks, and is proven at the distance. So if I'm playing that race, I'm definitely using that horse.
I have a Gennaro Garcia at 20 to 1 in my next race.
Let's go.
Dude, it's like now I feel good about it because when Jimmy Mack and I kind of have the same mindset, it usually ends up well for me. I think everybody's going to bet on the 2 in the Indian. If this is the boys division, 2-year-old stakes, Mr. T. I'm going to go with Hannah, Mr. Sledgehammer, and again, that mile romp. And I get it, so does Mr. T also has a romp at a mile too, but I'm going to give the edge to my girls, Hannah and Tiana today.
Mr. T is going to be awful tough.
I
And
know.
I pity the fool who tries to beat this horse.
I know.
See what I did there?
Uh,
But anyway,
T.
this horse did win against at the mile distance after facing Open Company on debut. Had a little bit of excuse on debut, and then came back and won off by 13 lengths, breaking the maiden at a route. And then I don't think the 6 furlong distance is the horse's best distance, but still was able to win the Crown Ambassador. That horse is going to be double tough in there. But I can see why you like Mr. Sledgehammer. Tiana to win with the 2-year-old going a route early in the meet, says a lot. And she even said, she goes, I have a really good one here. It won by 7 lengths, and the horse ran a really good number that day, did Mr. Sledgehammer. So it's definitely one to use, and I like a long shot there as well. Number 9, Dahmer rather. I think that horse is.
I had it picked last time, and it kind of pooped out on me, but
I think he's going to love the distance, and I think he'll be gobbling up ground.
I think so too. I would put him in supers. I completely agree. I almost put him in for 3rd, but I just couldn't do it. All right, guys, we are going to send it to Brian for the B block, where he's going to go over the early pick 5. This is our last Wire to Wire show here for 2025. I just want to take a quick second to thank all of the bettors, everyone, our entire team here, from food and beverage to the gate crew to Chris Polson in the racing office, everybody up here. Just a wonderful, wonderful and tremendous meet, and we really want to thank you for participating and spending time with us.
Yeah, and also just before we send it to Brian, speaking of the pick 5s, we have 3 of those today.
Oh, yes.
So we have the one here in the first race,
I'm
we'll
so
have
glad you said
the one in the 4th race, and then we offer the 5 final thoroughbred races. There's a pick 5 in the 7th race. We got some extra pick 4s, so a lot of betting opportunities today. And like I said, kudos to everyone here, Eric, the TV audio crew, and the racing office did a great job. Chris Polson and Chris K-Mack and staff.
Amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take
And
a
you.
quick. And thank you, J-Mac. I
I'll give you
appreciate the
props.
nod, bro. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with B. Good luck.
Good luck.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Day 123 of Wire to Wire here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and what a day we have. Thankful for our track crew, keeping horses, equine athletes, both safe on the dirt and the turf. How about turf racing? November 13th in Indiana. Some racetracks can't even get their turf up and going in May or April, and when it's beautiful spring weather, we're going to have turf racing today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And not only turf, but also 3 Pick 5 opportunities. We've got a Pick 5 beginning in race number 1, race number 4, and race number 7. And I would venture to guess that if you're going to be able to connect in that 7th and final Pick 5 of this meet, it's going to pay probably between $5,000 and $10,000. That's going to be a guess. Don't hold me to it. Actually, you know what? You can hold me to it. Contact me April next year and tell me that I was wrong if it does not pay at least $5,000. We've got some huge fields all the way through, but now we're only 18 minutes away from post. So I'm going to stop rambling, even though that's what I love to do. And we're going to go through these first 5 races, how I navigated this early Pick 5, now just 18 minutes away, 1 mile and 70 yards, no scratches or changes, a common theme that we are thankful for throughout the day. And I'm going to go a little bit deep in these first 2 races. I think we kick off our final day of racing here on November 13th with some very competitive racing. Not the highest class levels by any means. Nobody's saying they're high class levels, but you don't need classy horses to make competitive races. We've seen over the past couple of weeks, regardless of what we roll out, a lot of photo finishes, a lot of close competitive racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8 in the opener. Yes, this is a wide open event in here. I think the 6 is likely going to go off fairly favored, but right now Motafil is not taking a ton of action. Ace on the Turn is maybe a horse that you're going to overlook. Now, Jeff Greenhill, an old friend of Horseshoe Indianapolis, he used to bring a lot of horses here. He doesn't any longer. He's 0 for 14 this year, hasn't hit the board. This horse had a disastrous trip last time out. Second time here at Horseshoe Indy. Can't have a worse trip than they got last time. They were basically eliminated at the start. Jeff Greenhill, an old friend of Indy, and he's been winning at 19% over at Belterra. So the man certainly knows his way to the winner's circle despite what his recent record is this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ace on the Turn gets Joe Ramos on the pickup mount. 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8. We're going to spread out in here. This is a paceless race. I don't like black, white, and gold in post position number 2, but looks like Lone Speed. It's a horse who's been off form. It's been a while since they've hit the board, dating back to July 24th over at Colonial. Indiana bred who's faced open company often and does so again today. But black, white, and gold looks like Lone Speed and therefore is a big threat on the front end, even though they may not be in their best form recently. So I'm going to use quite a few in race number 1, and that doesn't change kicking off that pick 4, $1 minimum pick 4. No scratches or changes, 1 mile and 16th in here. Non-winners of 2, all bred in the Great Red State of Indiana, and this is quite a doozy. This is a challenging race in here. Maybe a couple of horses that I'm going to use that you might have overlooked or didn't think would necessarily have a big chance. I mean, your favorite, Tap On It. I'm not convinced that horse necessarily wants to win, is a consistent sort, but has really lacked the ability to dig down deep. Here's 2 horses that I'm just going to turn your attention to potentially. Maybe you overlook because of the morning line or whatnot. I realize that Red Hot Justice is a 5-year-old chestnut mare who's 1 for 22, and she's 0 for 8 this season. However, she draws the eye of our leading man, Fernando de la Cruz, our leading guy who's run away with that rider's title despite Ramos having a 4-bagger yesterday. Third start off the layoff, gets a little bit of class relief. A horse who's been at the allowance ranks for a long time, getting some class relief, and you can draw a line through that last race, and if you do, this horse is in with a big chance, along with the 4, Matoli's Secret. Michelle Elliott, Alberto Burgos for Elliott Racing, 1 for 15. This horse makes sense. Another one who's dropping from the allowance ranks down to the claiming ranks in here. I think this is a sneaky horse on the front end. Got a lot of horses going for some class relief in here later on in the meet. A wide open betting event in a race that I'm not sure many want to truly win, but someone's going to win. Race number 2. Race number 3, we're going to get a little bit narrow in here. 2 horses that I fancy quite a bit. Don't miss out who's been in very good form, Gennaro Garcia and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., and then Crossley. So a horse who runs his race a horse who runs her race each and every time. She likes to kind of cross over at the top of the lane. She usually comes with a lot of momentum. Hopefully she's clear when she does that today. I'm going to key in on the 3 and the 5. I think those are the 2 to beat. Little Gin in class, has some back class. She's a filly who's been running very well. She's stakes tested. However, I ultimately think at this age or stage of her career, she wants to go long. She's ran 2 tough races against Corningstone the last 2 times. She's kind of a grinder. And the way our track's been playing, grinding's not going to get it done, but I would not be surprised if Little Gin in class blows this ticket up into the moon. Race number 4, a key race for us. It's going to be the hammer time of the day. Scratch 2, 5, and 8. 2, 5, and 8 are out of this event, and if Sleepy doesn't win, I'm not sure who does. Sleepy looked like complete trash. It looked like garbage day during the warm-up. Sleepy was washed out, was very warm, did not look good physically, and then just broke sharp, went right to the lead, and 4 to 5 looked like a complete gift. So today, if Sleepy gets warm, washy, and you're like, oh, this horse is not warming up very well, that's kind of how he's done it. He's won 3 races in a row. He breaks sharp. He goes to lead. He continues to find more. He's won going around 2 turns. He's cut back splendidly. I don't expect him to be a decent price in here. If he is 4 to 1, we're going to make that call and see if we can take out like the 15th mortgage of 2025, because Sleepy is not going to be anywhere near 4 to 1. If he is, I'm calling the wife, and we're going to be betting our house and both of our vehicles on Sleepy at 4 to 1. I think Goldwyn is going to give him some pressure up front for Randy Klopp, the other Klopp trainee, but I really have a tough time believing that both of them are going to duel one another into submission. A horse I'm going to use underneath in my exactas is Tail Lights at 8 to 1. Brings in some good form and some recency as well. But Sleepy going to be a single for me. Not worried about how this horse warms up today. Going to be a single in both that early pick 5 and race number 4 kicks off a mid pick 5. We don't have a mid pick 5 very often. In fact, I believe this is the first time of the meet that we're having a middle pick 5, and it does begin in race number 4. Race number 5, maiden special weight 2-year-olds in here going 1 mile, 10 of them set to go to the starting gate, 1, 4, 5, and 9. The one for Go to Toga Racing is a horse who should appreciate more ground. The mare produces 27% route winners, and the average winning distance of all the foals is over 6.9 furlongs in here. Fusco makes sense for Randy Klopp and Cedillo, along with Trouble on the Green, 8 to 5. This horse burned me on October 1st, broke sharp, went to the lead, and lost the cues top notch. The mare's all turf. I think they're going to eventually make their way to the turf, but this is a half to My Bareilly, who's a very classy one as well. I think Trouble on the Green will appreciate added ground today. And then lastly, going to use Tainted Justice at 8 to 1 for Bob Gorham and Yolola. Bred to get the distance, gets the distance for the second time of the career today. I think that's a huge advantage over some that are stretching out for the first time, a horse doing something for the second time. But for the 123rd time here in the 2025 meet, just want to thank all the bettors, everyone at Horseshoe Indianapolis, especially our TV department, our on-track crew, our gate crew, our jocks room, all of the staff here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thanks for making this an excellent meet, and we're going to sit back, relax, and enjoy, because we've got 13 races with 3 pick 5s. We've got Jimmy Mack in the booth ready to go through today's scratches and changes. Good luck today.
Thank you, Brian, and welcome in, race fans, for an early edition here of racing from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Welcome to the track as we close out the show here for this 2025 season. Again, as we echo the sentiments from Brian and Rachel, we'd like to thank all of you race fans and gamblers for tuning in and coming on out, and all the horsemen and racing officials alike. Now, race fans, will you take out your racing programs? We'll go over today's late program changes. First post is 12:45. Temperature in the mid-50s. The main track fast. Yes, we are on the turf course. Turf course rail setting at 24 feet, listed as good. 13 of them on the card. The first 11 for the thoroughbreds, the last 2 for the quarter horses, including the co-featured 10th and 11th race. The 28th running of the Miss Indiana will go as race 10. The Indiana Futurity for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings, a mile 70, will go as the 11th. Now, starting off here with the changes, race number 1 to kick off the first of 3 pick 5s in the opener, number 3 Star Review, ridden by Joseph Trejos. Joe Trejos picks up the 3-star review in the opener. Now, jockey change on the 8, Ace on the Turn. Ace on the Turn will get J.D. Ramos. Race 2 from the shoe starts the early pick 4. There are no changes in the second. Third race, we do have a jockey change for number 4, Molly's Potion, make the rider Santo Sanjur. Jockey Evan Roman off all mounts today, and number 4, Molly's Potion, thus will be ridden by Santo Sanjur. Race number 4 starts the second pick 5. In the fourth race, to start that middle pick 5, we have 3 scratches. Number 2, Mowens has been scratched. The 5, Classic Max has been scratched. And number 8, Molly's Town, out. So race 4, numbers 2, 5, and 8 are out. Onward to the 5th race at 2-year-old state-bred mile race. There are no changes in the 5th. 6th race, we'll have Pentafect, a wagering offered for that mile Indiana-bred race. We do have a jockey change for number 1, Gimmel, make the rider Joe Trejos. Joe Trejos will ride the 1, Gimmel. Number 10, Highest Memories, has been scratched. The 11, Parker, draws in. Change of jockey, make the rider Walter Rodriguez. Waive the apprenticeship allowance, make the weight 118 pounds, and then scratch the other 2 also, number 12, Dad's Life, and the 13, Painter's Canvas. 7th race will kick off the late Fire 5, extremely late today, as it will be on races 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Again, the third pick 5. The late Fire 5, though, is in race number 7. Also, the Pentafect offered there as well. Some changes in that race, but simply take out the also eligibles, the 13, 14, 15. 13, 14, 15, scratch from the 7th, that opening leg of the third pick 5, the final pick 5 of this meeting. 8th race is the Itoba Pick 4, the $1 Itoba Pick 4, races 8, 9, 10, and 11, the final 4 thoroughbred races. Again, that $1 base bet Pick 4, sponsored by Itoba. And folks, just once again, for those of you playing along, today is the final day of the meeting, so force out pools. All pools must pay out. Those Pick 5s, Pick 4s, everything, all must go today. Now, in the 8th race, it does offer Pentafecta wagering. We have a jockey change on the 1, El Sereno. Make the rider Louis C. Louis Contreras picks up the 1. Scratch number 2, Moonwalk. Jockey change on the 3, Holly Rude. Make the rider Joe Ramos. Be aware number 5, Mantuga, will debut as a gelding. The 5 will debut as a gelding. Jockey change on the 7, Veneno Futuro. Make the rider Walter Rodriguez. Walter Rodriguez on the 6. Beware number 7, Boris Bedanov, will also debut as a gelding. 7 is a gelding. Scratch number 11, Sly Guy. The 11, Sly Guy, is out. The 13, Onyx Outlaw, also scratched. The 14 has drawn in. Third pick has drawn in. Will race. Scratch 15 and 16. 9th race. That mile state-bred race. Jockey change on the 4, Forever Greedy. Make it Mitchell Merle. Merle picks up the 4 as number 10, Oilman, has been scratched. Number 10, Oilman scratched. That will allow the 11, Showdown Justice, to draw in, and then scratch the 12, Slam Dunk Justice. 10th race kicks off our premier races. The first of our handicaps, race number 10, the Miss Indiana $100,000 added handicap for 2-year-old fillies to race a mile 70, those state-bred fillies. In the 28th running of the Miss Indiana, scratch the 13-14 also eligibles. The also scratch from the Miss Indiana. Now, the 11th race is the 26th edition of the Indiana Futurity, $100,000 added for the 2-year-old Colts and Geldings preferred race. Now, that is a mile 70 race and a couple of scratches in there. The also eligibles, 13 and 14 are out. The 13 and 14 are out. And race fans, please note, in the 11th race, Grand High 5 wagering is offered. That is a must-go pool. That is a thoroughbred-only pool. It will not carry to the quarter horse in race number 12. Those are separate pools, so that is a must pay out there. Keep that in mind. Now, on to race number 12, the first of the 2 quarter horse events. This is a 2-year-old maiden for the state breds to go 350 yards in that race. The only changes at this time are the 11 through 14 have been scratched. The also eligibles are out of the 12th. 13th and final with that Pentafecta force out pool there as well. In the 13th race, scratch number 7, Cruising the Seas. Cruising the Seas, scratched. Jockey change on the 10, AP Valiant Princess, make it Francisco Quintero. Quintero picks up the 10. Now, number 11, HH Chasing CJ has drawn in. Now, due to the defection of the 7, HH Chasing CJ, number 11, will break from post position 7. And then scratch the 12, Zoom and Cartel 6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the program changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 13-race program here on Final Day, I'll get those to you as they do so. Beautiful skies here. Temperature mid-50s. Main track fast. We're on the turf. Turf course listed as good. The horses are in the paddock for race 1, which starts the first of 3 pick 5s, and they'll be on the track momentarily. Post time in just a few minutes. Have a great day here at the Shoe. On the track for race number 1 at Horseshoe Indianapolis, race 1 to kick off the first of 3 pick 5s. It's a claimant event for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 lifetime or have not won a race in the last 6 months to go a mile 70. In the opener, Jose Trejos rides a 3-star review, and Joe Ramos rides the 8 ace on the turn. Race number 1, win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, starts at pick 3, kicks off the pick 5, and post time in just a couple of minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the first of 13 here. Waiting on Ace on the turn and Joe Ramos to the outside. 2-1 on Multifil. Ace on the turn. Up to the outside. First of 13 starts one of 3 pick 5s here this afternoon. As waiting on Ace on the turn to go in. Now Riley gets him in. They're at the post. And they are racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Cheesesteak had an alert beginning. Also a wise one for Black, White, and Gold as Star Review came away racing into third position. Motofel, the favorite, is fourth. Gold Buckle's going to be parked out at about the 4 or 5 path while racing in fifth early. Advancing underneath is saving all the ground, Scenic Justice. Then it's Vaccinator second last, and Ace on the turn is at the back of the pack. They round the opening turn just outside 6 furlongs to travel. And up top, it's Cheesesteak, has company Black, White, and Gold. And these two match strides after a quarter in a quick 23 and 3. Up on the outside, up into third is Gold Buckle. Down towards the inside is Star Review. Motofil is fifth, and within striking range, only 2.5 lengths off those leaders. 5 lengths further back, Scenic Justice now off the rail as they run on down the backstretch. Ace on the turns up 1 spot, and Vaccinator now at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to travel, the half mile 47 and 2. Cheesesteak still being dueled there with Black, White, and Gold. Gold Buckle is third. Star Review's under a heavy ride, but at this juncture is running in place. Motofil is fifth with 6 to find. Ace on the turns up another spot. Scenic Justice second last. Vaccinator now being asked to go. Just outside a quarter to go at the shoe, and as they arrive to the top of the lane, Cheesesteak will turn first. So as they lean into the lane, it's Cheesesteak with the lead. Up on the outside, Black, White, and Gold. Room at the fence for Star Review. The big long shot coming at the pace setters with a furlong to go. How about Star Review striding forward up the inside? On the outside, it's Black, White, and Gold. 1/16 left. Star Review with a potential upset in the making. Up to the inside. Star Review to the outside. Black, White, and Gold. And Star Review. And Joseph Trejos picks up the winning mount and starts the early pick 5 at 25-1. Judges posting the second longest shot on the board as the race winner. Number 3, Star Review, wins at 3 parts of a length. Second was number 2, Black, White, and Gold. Finishing third from the backfield, number 5, Vaccinator. And there's a photograph for the bottom of the super for the 4th position. 3-2-5 photo finish. Result of the photograph showed that the 8, Ace on the turn, got up to be 4. 3, 2, 5, and 8. 3, 2, 5, 8. So Joseph Trejos picks up the winning ride as Evan Roman elected to not ride this final closing day. And fortunate for Trejos, he was here in time as Star Review gets up the inside under a heady ride from the youngster. Star Review 25-1. Taking the class drop here for Cynthia and Scott Mullins. In the winner's circle, number 3, Star Review. 5-year-old Big Gelded Son by Forever Doro out of the Aldebaran mare named Stacia. The winner is owned by Shim Racing LLC of Scott Resnick, trained by Scotty Mullins, and Joseph Trejos picks up the winning ride. Star Review joined in the winner's circle by Cynthia Mullins here, as this one picks up the 3rd lifetime victory up the fence to win, mile 70 and 142. And 2, the winner bred here in the Bluegrass State by Jennifer Ann Bogish. Upset winner at 25 to 1 and get you back 52-20, 14-20, and 6-20. Exact a healthy $341.20, a 50-cent try, $428.80 in the first dime super on this 13-race program. How about $654.81? Ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention down in the winner's circle, where the leading owner presentation being made to the leading owner of this 2025 season, Heron Thoroughbreds. Accepting the presentation from Eric Hallstrom is Sakuro. John Heron scores his 2nd straight leading owner title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, has 38 wins as of today and over $1.1 million in earnings, and the only owner to go over the $1 million mark this season. And John Heron, the native of Ireland, came to the Chicago area and ran his construction company before getting into the racing full time. And this multiple stakes winning owner has 271 career wins, more than $7 million in purses. And some of the top horses this meet include Innisfree Lass, Hawkeye, and I'm Wide Awake. Now, Rachel is standing by with Socorro Flores, the top assistant for leading owner John Heron.
Well, since Jimmy just read all my notes for my winter circle presentation, I guess I'll just say congratulations to John Heron. I called him last night. He wanted me to say, thank you so much, and he's so happy to do this. But, yeah, a big deal for assistant Socorro Flores as well. Socorro, you guys have had a really great meet this year. He hit the $1 million mark, and it's just wonderful just to do only in owners as well is really the big story here. So congratulations.
Thank you. We had a real good meet.
You did. You have had a really good meet. So hopefully you'll continue the success in 2026.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, our leading thoroughbred owner, John Heron Thoroughbreds. Good luck.
They are racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Cheesesteak had an alert beginning. Also, a wise one for Black, White, and Gold, as Star Review came away racing into 3rd position. Motafel, the favorite, is 4th. Gold Buckle's going to be parked out at about the 4 or 5 path while racing in 5th early. Advancing underneath is saving all the ground, Scenic Justice. Then it's Vaccinator, 2nd last, and Ace on the turn is at the back of the pack. They round the opening turn just outside 6 furlongs to travel. And up top, it's Cheesesteak, has company Black, White, and Gold. And these two match strides after a quarter in a quick 23-3. Up on the outside, up into 3rd is Gold Buckle. Down towards the inside is Star Review. Motafil is 5th, and within striking range, only 2.5 lengths off those leaders. 5 lengths further back, Scenic Justice now off the rail as they run on down the backstretch. Ace on the turns up 1 spot, and Vaccinator now at the back of the pack. 3.5 furlongs to travel, the half mile, 47 and 2. Cheesesteak still being dueled there with black, white, and gold. Gold Buckle is third. Star Review's under a heavy ride, but at this juncture is running in place. Motophil is fifth with 6 to find. Ace on the turns up another spot, seen it just as second last. Vaccinator now being asked to go. Just outside a quarter to go at the shoe, and as they arrive to the top of the lane, Cheesesteak will turn first. So as they lean into the lane, it's Cheesesteak with the lead. Up on the outside, black, white, and gold. Room at the fence for Star Review. The big long shot coming at the pace setters with a furlong to go. How about Star Review striding forward up the inside? On the outside, it's black, white, and gold. 1/16 left. Star Review with a potential upset in the making. Up to the inside, Star Review to the outside, black, white, and gold, and Star Review. And Joseph Trejos picks up the winning mount and starts the early pick fight. One claim to report out of the opener. Number 6, Mota Phil for $5,000 in a 4-way shake. Goes to owner Kelly Eggleston, the new trainer Tim Eggleston. Again, number 6, Mota Phil in a 4-way shake, claimed out of the opener.
a $52 winner in race number 1. Yeah, yours truly was 5 deep in that pick 5. Still didn't find your $52 winner. Star review. Great ride. Riding the rail kicks off that pick 5. I'm going to be diving into this $1 minimum pick 4. We'll see if we've got a carryover, but certainly probably a mandatory payout on closing day, I would think. So even if you didn't have star review, you might want to continue to pay attention for that early pick 5. We kick off anew with a $1 pick 4 in here, mile 16th. This one for the Fillies and Mares division, non-winners of 2. And this is a challenging race. I did find myself on the favorite. I didn't think it would be the favorite. The morning line is actually to the 9, who's ice cold right now, 13-1. But a lot of the money's come in on Tap Bonnet, the 3-year-old filly. I don't have a lot of confidence or conviction with this horse. Is 1 for 13. Did land on top in here, but it's not overly confident per se. Horse has gone off favored a handful of times in her career, including last time out, in which she was even money on the board. She dueled every step of the way, just could not get past Ship Shawana, who won by a photo finish head that day. The good news is, even though in defeat, they were almost 9 lengths clear of the rest of that field. So I like that they did distance themselves and separate one another. They get a little bit more class relief in here. It was a hugely improved effort from the allowance ranks to the claiming ranks. A horse who had been at the claiming ranks early on in her career when trained by James Gullick down at Tampa. Since coming to Horseshoe Indianapolis, the Indiana bred always found herself in allowance races. Now nearing the end of the meet and with a win here would be nearly out of conditions. This seems like a reasonable spot for her. Doesn't love to win by any means. She's got 12 defeats, but she certainly looks the best on paper, and we'll see how it plays out. Even money on the board. Tough to stomach. Maybe some of the better value could come from the inside. The other Tony Granite's trainee, he's going to be rolling out plenty of starters today. He's got a couple of very nice opportunities later on today in those stakes races, and he's got 2 in here, and this is the other Granite's trainee. The other is usually the one you want to take a look at. However, this horse is a maiden. Interesting spot for this maiden. Now, later on in the year, you just run where you can, and they're certainly going to try and take advantage of that, but Pink Picture has never finished first. This is a horse who lost by a head last time out. Like the stablemate, was also even money. Both of them suffered tough defeats by the placing judges in their photo finishes. I'm not a huge time guy, but Tap Bonnet stopped the clock in 143.37, and that maiden race stopped the clock almost a second slower in 144.63. And they both ran on this just 4 days apart, October 23rd through the 27th as well. But the stablemates in here looking to give Tony Granite's a big start, but this is a maiden against winners. However, even though this horse has never won, it's taken some action. 9-2 morning line, currently right at that morning line, and the projections would have this horse going off as low as 4-1. So certainly in with a big chance, despite looking for the first victory in a non-winners of 2 spot. The 4 is Matoli's Secret. Now, this is a long shot, and it's a great race to go long shot hunting. I think this daily double that we just kicked off with a $52 winner was a great opportunity for some long shots. I think there's some vulnerable favorites. Matoli's Secret is another horse who has been at the allowance ranks throughout the entire season. This 3-year-old filly's made 8 starts. She's still winless on the year. She almost won at the allowance level under the guidance of Evan Roman, who's sitting on a milestone victory of win number 1,000, but she just couldn't push past See You in a Bit. That was back June 12th. Since then, they've tried the First Lady Handicap or the Foghorn in July 30th, and then after that really kind of went off form. Gets class relief today, but she's bouncing around. She's feeling good, showing good energy. That neck is bowed. She's on the toes, on the muscles. She's been given more time off than some of these others in here. She comes back with about a month rest, and she could be in for a wake-up call in here. Burgos is a plenty capable reinsman aboard for Michelle Elliott, who's looking for another win this season. And class relief and what I see down here in the walking ring, she certainly wins the beauty contest. We'll see how she fares out on the racetrack in here. But it looks like Tap Bonnet's going to be the people's choice. We'll see how it shakes out. We saw a long shot in race. See if that trend does continue in race number 2 as we kick off our first and final pick 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 15% takeout, $1 minimum, a mile and a 16th. 9 of them will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner, and I am hopeful it is you. Good luck.
On the track for the second race from Horseshoe Indianapolis, race 2 from the shoe. State-bred fillies to go 1 mile and 16th. This is a filly and mare non-215 claimer. In race 2, we have a field of 9 to go. Win, place, show, exacta, try, super, daily double. Starts pick 3 and it starts at $1 pick 4. Post time in just a couple. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Indiana-bred filly non-2 claimers to go a mile and 16th here to start off the $1 pick 4. Scotty Mullins. Long shot took out the opener with Star Review. Joseph Trejos picking up that mount. Up comes Tap Bonnet, the 4-5 favorite. Matoli's Secret for Michelle Elliott. Partners with Alberto Burgos. Midnight Caper for Gorham. On the drop to the outside, exiting the Itoba Philly handicap race. Midnight Caper and Louis C. up to the outside. She's in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Pink Pitcher had an alert beginning. Matoli's Secret will go to press the maiden as they race bys for the first time. From between horses, Screaming Nina way in the third position. Lotta Latte against the fence fourth. Midnight Caper spun out in the 3-path while racing fifth onto the run the first turn. Then a length and a half further back down along the inside from the 7 draw, Tap Bonnet's worked her way all the way to the fence. She's to the inside of War Trinkets. And then a length further back to the 2 back markers, Happy Match and Red Hot Justice at the back of the pack. That's the 9 of them as they turn up the backside just outside 5.5 furlongs to go here at the shoe. In the field covered by about 12 lengths from top to bottom. The quarter on the board at 24 seconds flat. So Pink Pitcher out there paving the path, 3 parts of a link to Matoli's Secret, tracking from second. Screaming Nina within striking range from third. From between horses, Tap Bonnet really tugging hard against Marcelino. She's raced up into 4, 3.5 off those leaders, past a Horseshoe half in 48-2. Midnight Capers to the outside of her. Lotta Latte is 6 and 7 off the pace. From between horses, starting to close in from the backfield. War Trinkets is next. Against the fence, Happy Match. And Red Hot Justice can see them all. Midpoint through the far turn. They're aiming at Pink Picture, the maiden. Her stablemate in behind her. Tap Bonnet moving very well and trying to cover her up on the extreme outside as they race around the turn. It is Screaming Nina. So 3 across the course to the top of the home stretch. And Pink Picture, the maiden, will cut the corner. And the favorite Tap Bonnet pressures up to the outside as they straighten away for the drive. Midnight Caper is third. They're inside the final furlong, and Tap Bonnet trying to wrestle the lead away from Pink Pitcher, and by the 16th pole she does. And Tap Bonnet at 7-5 is going to ramble home here. Tap Bonnet, a second win from 14 starts. She was wrapped up in the end, won by almost 2. Pink Picture and Midnight Caper in a photo. Then it was Lotta Latte and Happy Match in 146-2. Judges posting the 7 Tap Bonnet as the race winner. They've called for a photo for the second spot, 7, and a photo finish. Tap Bonnet at 7-5, getting it done here. Just missed at the $20,000 level, drops in class, and may have spearheaded the AJG Exacta here, depending on this photo. 7 in a photo. Indeed, a Anthony Granite's Exacta, as number 1 Pink Pitcher has been posted as the second place finisher. Third, number 9 Midnight Caper. Fourth goes to Lotta Latte. 7-1-9-2. Well, you could tell she was always moving well, and it was just a matter of time when Marcelino let her go, and when he did, she explodes to get her second lifetime victory here. Number 7, Tap Bonnet, a 3-year-old dark bear brown daughter by Tapiture out of the Sky Mesa mare named Brass Bonnet. The winner's owned in partnership by Timothy Clary, Justin Clary, Bruce Adelman, and Anthony Granitz. The winning trainer is Anthony Granitz and Marcelina Pedroza. Up top, the winner bred in Indiana by Julie Reaney and Chris Doris. Tap Bonnet, now a 2-time winner, takes out the mile in 16th, 146 and 2. 480, $3, 240 on the winner, exacta 21 bucks. The try 1920. The early daily double $136 and 40 cents. Dime Super $22 and 35 cents. Up next, race number 3 from Horseshoe Indy. Race number 3. Jockey change for the 4 Molly's Potion. Make it Santo Sanjur. Santo Sanjur on the 4 Molly's Potion in race 3. Post time for the 3rd race, which starts another double and another rolling pick 3 in 18 minutes. And they are racing. Pink Pitcher had an alert beginning. Matoli Secret will go to press the maiden as they race buys for the first time. From between horses, Screaming Nina way in a 3rd position. Lotta Latte against the fence 4th. Midnight Caper spun out in the 3-path while racing 5th onto the run the first turn. Then a length and a half further back down on the inside from the 7 draw, Tap Bonnet's worked her way all the way to the fence. She's to the inside of War Trinkets, and then a length further back to the 2 back markers, Happy Match and Red Hot Justice at the back of the pack. That's the 9 of them as they turn up the backside just outside 5.5 furlongs to go here at the shoe in the field covered by about 12 lengths from top to bottom. The quarter on the board at 24 seconds flat. So Pink Pitcher out there paving the path, 3 parts of a link to Matoli Secret tracking from 2nd. Screaming Nina within striking range from 3rd. From between horses, Tap Bonnet really tugging hard against Marcelino. She's raced up into 4th, 3.5 off those leaders, past a horseshoe half in 48 and 2. Midnight Capers to the outside of her. Lotta Latte is 6th and 7 off the pace. From between horses, starting to close in from the backfield. War Trinkets is next against the fence. Happy Match and Red Hot Justice can see them all. Midpoint through the far turn, they're aiming at Pink Picture the maiden. Her stablemate in behind her. Tap Bonnet moving very well and trying to cover her up on the extreme outside as they race around the turn. It is Screaming Nina. So 3 across the course to the top of the home stretch, and Pink Picture the maiden will cut the corner. In the favorite, Tap Bonnet pressures up to the outside as they straighten away for the drive. Midnight Caper is 3rd. They're inside the final furlong, and Tap Bonnet trying to wrestle the lead away from Pink Pitcher, and by the 16th pole she does. And Tap Bonnet at 7 to 5 is going to ramble home here. Tap Bonnet, a 2nd win from 14 starts. She was wrapped up in the end, won by almost 2. Pink
flat shoes when I'm interviewing. So I feel like a monster. Fernando, congratulations on winning leading jockey title. You had a great year. You had 120 wins, $3 million in earnings. You've won this title 3 times in a row. Not in a row, but 3 times. Also at Hoosier Park, Tampa Downs, you've won leading jockey. So what does it mean to get it again here in Indiana?
Well, thanks to God, I mean, it's really excited to get it that position. So thanks to all the training, he helped me, and, Brett Cox, Michelle Elliott, Joe Davis, everybody, Aaron West, everybody trying to help me to get at this position. So I'm really happy to be with my family, dad, mom, my wife, my kids, my mother-in-law, everybody, being close to me, just trying to help me to be straight, working hard.
Are you and Jimmy Mack going to Turfway?
Yes, absolutely. He's my agent. Thanks to him, he helped me a lot. So he didn't give me to this position to get in, keep going,
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, you guys, I'm going to handicap the 3rd race here after this in just a second. Stick around. Inside of 10 minutes to the 3rd race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I've got 2 down. I got about 8 to go, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful year we've had here in 2025. Not complaining. I love celebrating our Indiana connections. We've got the best group of people here, I'm telling you. People and equine athletes alike. This race is a registered Indiana bred 3-year-old and up allowance, optional claiming for 20,000. They're going 6 furlongs. Santos on the 4. The 2 taking a lot of money right now, and that is a Lil Jinin class. Mitchell Merle aboard here for Tim Eggleston, a 4-year-old filly by Coldfront, who's coming out of the Fireball Baby handicap. That was a 10-horse field. Ended up 4th, so an even effort there. This horse is she's a tough filly. She got third in the Piedi Bianchi. She really has lit up the board in almost all of her starts. In the money, we're looking at 16 of those 21 starts. So she just tries really hard. She's getting back to sprint distance here today. She has in her last 2 races put up very nice speed figures of 81 and 79. Just definitely one to look for here at the top. Probably at the front of the pack here in this race. Also, Tim Eggleston is our leading quarter horse trainer, but do want to say he earned $1.5 million and $1.2 million separately in thoroughbred and quarter horse this year. So over the $1 million mark in both breeds is very impressive. Obviously, this one in allowance ranks, Tim is 22%, a nice percentage. And it's dropping down in class. Now, my 7 is not getting either. It's definitely all the money on the 2, but double digits for Hot Middles. I'm really pulling for the 3-year-old filly here today, and I think she's got a good chance. She's been a couple thirds and even 4th last time. Another one that she's tried routing, not her thing. She's quick. She's got a great turn of foot. She's a talented filly, and she's been in 2 very tough handicaps, very talented horses in there, down back to allowance ranks, which I think makes all the difference in the world here for Hot Middles. And can't say enough about the jockey Hannah Leahy. They're sitting at 13-1 here on the tote board, and I gotta say, after the 1 to 9, it's all double digits, ladies and gentlemen. So it'll be pretty interesting if this is another upset like we had there in the first. But my 5 is who we'll go to next at 15-1, and that is Crosley. Crosley gets Sammy Bermudez here aboard for Mr. John Langemeyer, who's had a really nice meet this year. This one just consistently has put up a 79 the last 3, and they were 1 mile and 16th, and the most recent one was 6 furlongs, where in that handicap only missed by a length for 3rd. That is definitely something I took note of when I was looking at this race. This horse also has just had a wonderful 2025, 7 of 9 in the money this season, and looking to get one more here, a 4-year-old filly by Pass Rush, who these are all just very talented, hard-knocking girls who they're kind of in the mix of the supers each time. My top 3 really are just consistent this year, and they've been kind of going back and forth on who's going to win at this class, but we'll see what happens today. I could not leave Crosley out, but it is a little gin and class for me. The 2, Bet Mitch. You're not going to get Witch on 1 to 9 today, but we'll see what happens underneath if we can get home a couple of long shots. I love Hot Middles and Crosley to round it out. Good luck.
the track for the third race, Indiana bred optional allowance for the fill-in mares. It's a 3 other than or never won 5 or optional claiming $20,000. 6 furlongs the distance, a field of 9 to go here. Jockey change on the 4 Molly's Potion to Santos Sanjur. Third race, win play show, Exacta Tries Super. Daily double starts at pick 3, post time in just a couple of minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for this allowance optional claimer for the girls. They'll go 6 panels. 8-5 on Lil Jen in class. Took all that early money, opened up a very short price. Now 9-5 on Crossley for Spooky Hollow. Don't miss out. Pedroza looking to go back-to-back. Here comes Hot Middles for Thirsty Acres. Shanghai Express and the Bug Boy coming up. Molly's Potion will get Santo Sanjur today. Evan Roman off all mounts. And Sweet Saint up to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing to a level beginning. Sweet Saint and Hot Middles both had wise beginnings. Don't miss out. Also Flashing Speed 2 as they run down the backstretch. Lil Jen in class is a close-up fourth. Then I like for the backed up Barb's Vortex. Crosley is about 6 or 7 off the lead, right in front of Shanghai Express. And Molly's Potion will have to run by them all. Up the backside they go, half mile to go, and Don't Miss Out showing the way. Don't Miss Out up by a length. Sweet Saint taking a real wide angle to the far turn run. Hot Middles trying to catch a hole as City Prayers got shuffled out of it. Little Jen in class advancing along the rail, and also moving well Barb's Vortex as they continue to race around the turn. Crossley is raced up into fifth, about 4.5 off the lead, and from the backfield, Shanghai Express is starting to motor now. The quarter 22 seconds flat, and they leave the quarter-mile pole behind. And Don't Miss Out has company in Sweet Saint. Up on the extreme outside, gaining ground, Hot Middles, and even further out as they straighten away. Crossley is the danger with a 16th to go, but Don't Miss Out still finding up top. Don't Miss Out in front, a length and a half. Crossley got loose, but may have got loose too late as Don't Miss Out is still there. Crossley's lunging. Don't Miss Out reaching to the wire. Don't Miss Out. She did it. Don't Miss Out takes him all the way up top. Crossley was left with a little too much work to do, ran on to be second in 1:10 flat. Judges posting number 3, Don't Miss Out, as the race winner. She's now a 4-time winner. Second, number 5, Crossley. Third, number 2, Lil Jen in class. And fourth, number 7, Hot Middles. 3-5-2-7. Don't Miss Out took all the heat and just kept on going. Little Energizer Bunny, Don't Miss Out, now a 4-time winner from 15 starts. She covers the 6 panels, 110 flat. The quarter 22, half 45-2 to the 5/8 57-2, and she was wrapped up in the end. Don't Miss Out, a 4-1 winner. Once again, top 4 finishers, race number 3, 3-5-2-7. Marcelina Pedroza going back-to-back at the track. Took out race number 2 with Tap Bonnet. Now race 3 with Don't Miss Out. And Don't Miss Out entering Her owner and breeders, Winter Circle sponsorship, Murphy Trailer Sales Incorporated. Don't miss out. A three-year-old daughter of Gormley out of the Quality Road mare named Nita Yuma. The winner's owned by Southwest Racing Stables of Gennaro Garcia, Bruce Murphy, and Lori Murphy. The winning trainer, Gennaro Garcia and Marcelina Pedroza. 2 in a row for Marcelino. For Don't Miss Out, this is her 4th lifetime victory. She covered 6 panels in 110. Flat, Don't Miss Out, bred here in Indiana by Bruce and Lori Murphy. 1080, 563.40 on the winner. The pick 3 was nice, $414.25. 3-5 exacta for a $2 investment, $42.60. Try 352. That triple comes back $40.80 for $50. The $2 double, $42.40. Dime super, $16.68. Up next, race number 4. Race number 4 will start the middle pick 5. Again, we have 3 pick 5s today. The middle pick 5 starts here in race number 4 on races 4 through 8. Just be aware that late pick 5 will start in the 7th race on the final 5. But the middle pick 5 kicking off right here in race number 4. Take out the 2 Mullins, the 5 Classic Max, the 8 Molly's Town. 2, 5, 8 out of race 4 to start the middle pick 5, and that's in 18 minutes. And they are racing to a level beginning. Sweet Saint and Hot Middles both had wise beginnings. Don't miss out. Also Flashing Speed 2 as they run down the backstretch. Lil Jen in class is a close-up 4th. Then I like for the back to Barb's Vortex. Crosley is about 6 or 7 off the lead, right in front of Shanghai Express, and Molly's Potion will have to run by them all. Up the backside they go, half mile to go, and Don't Miss Out showing the way. Don't Miss Out up by a length. Sweet Saint taking a real wide angle to the far turn run. Hot Middles trying to catch a hole as City Prayers got shuffled out of it. Little Jen in class advancing along the rail, and also moving well Barb's Vortex as they continue to race around the turn. Crosley is raced up into 5th, about 4.5 off the lead, and from the backfield, Shanghai Express is starting to motor now. The quarter 22 seconds flat, and they leave the quarter-mile pole behind. And Don't Miss Out has company in Sweet Saint. Up on the extreme outside, gaining ground, Hot Middles, and even further out as they straighten away. Crosley is the danger with a 16th to go, but Don't Miss Out still finding up top. Don't Miss Out in front, a length and a half. Crosley got loose, but may have got loose too late as Don't Miss Out is still there. Crosley's lunging. Don't Miss Out reaching to the wire. Don't Miss Out. She did it. Don't Miss Out takes them all the way up top. Crosley, and they are
A $414.50 pick 3 kicks off closing day on November 13th. I've always thought the 13th a lucky number for very few, but at least for some of you out there. $414.50 pick 3. We'll see if that trend will continue. And there's your fourth choice. Returns 1080, but there's 3 2-to-1s. Bettors settled in on the 2, 5, and 7, while the 3 just makes every poll a winning one in race number 3. Awesome day of racing here on closing day, day number 123. 8 of them set to go to the gate to kick off a middle pick 4. Yes, you heard that right. 11.99% takeout in that middle pick 4, and it's got to go. There's no carryovers today. It's got to be paid out today in this middle pick 4 as well. Scratch 2, 5, and 8. My hammer time play of the day is Sleepy. This 3-year-old gelding by Keen Ice is almost the opposite of his sire's sake. Keen Ice was a late-running closer, and Sleepy, these last 3 races, has been anything but. Has been wide awake when those gates pop and has been very alert. Now, Joe Ramos, your rider, he only had 4 wins yesterday. He's doing himself pretty well. He also ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup earlier this month as well. So a lot of things going in the direction of Sleepy for Reese Ranch. Their homebred is banked over $114,000. Didn't race at 2, but has been no worse for the wear. In fact, they had a second-place finish in the $100,000 Hoosier Bred Sophomore Handicap earlier this season. They come in with a 3-race winning streak. They've broken sharp multiple times. They've won around 2 turns. They've won sprinting. There's a lot to like, aside from maybe the price, but even the price feels fair. I thankfully don't have to call my wife and ask for that 15th mortgage or the HELOC balance because this horse is not going to be 4-to-1. Favored at 9-to-5 right now, projected to go off at 6-to-5. Won rather easily last time at 4-to-5, and looks better today. Actually looks better. And what I mean by that is this horse just didn't look overall great warming up. This is a horse who got a little bit warm, a little bit washy, probably appreciates the cool weather, but today looks picture perfect. I like what I see from Sleepy, looking for 4 in a row. We'll see if Reese Ranch and the son of Keen Ice can make it 5 out of 10 in the career and put himself in some runnings for some awards near the end of the season. 3-2 is the horse to catch and the horse to beat, in my opinion. But the value could come from Taillights. Now, Taillights did race against Sleepy last time out, needs to make up 2 lengths. However, at the 8th pole, he was only a length behind. He rolled the rail. He looked like a winner, actually, at the top of the lane. I thought Taillights was going to go right on by Sleepy, but ultimately, Sleepy dug down deep with a determined effort. I was very impressed with Taillights, and any effort similar to that one, if Sleepy, maybe, those races are starting to stack up, it's not always easy to win 4 races in a row. I think Taillights is in with a big chance in here for Brianna Johnson. Mitch Myrtle going to be aboard. He's never ridden Taillights. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. hops off. He rides elsewhere. Taillights just won around 2 turns here on October 21st. Came back on a week rest. Ran against Sleepy. Chased admirably. You're going to get better value as well. Sleepy might go off as low as 4-to-5 or so. Taillights is projected to be right around 6-to-1. That's even better than they were when they last faced off. Taillights went off at 4-to-1 while Sleepy was 4-to-5. So you're going to get even a little bit bigger of a gap. And this horse, if you watch that replay, if you're sitting at home, he did look like a winner at the top of the lane. I think, and that was coming back on 1 week's rest. He's had a couple more weeks this week, about 2.5 weeks or so. And I think Taillights is in with a big chance in here, 5-to-1. He's certainly the one I fear the most. But the bettors have identified Gold Win, Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz, and Gold Win looks to have one way to go. That's on the lead, and that's bad news because Sleepy's drawn to his outside, and Sleepy's very fast. I can't imagine our leading trainer is going to instruct both riders to go to the lead and set a kamikaze fraction and maybe set it up for this. But neither horse has really shown the ability to necessarily track. Goldwyn's best races have come while on the lead. However, the last 3 starts have all been a rout of ground. He really improved. He really blossomed once he got some added distance. When he was sprinting and trying to go sub-22 or sub-46, he wasn't able to finish off his races. Once they stretched him out, suddenly he could use that tactical advantage that he had, open up, and a horse that maybe you always doubted would handle the distance because he was tiring sprinting. Actually, when he went a little bit slower, he handled the distance great. a homebred in here for Christine Cagle, looking to put a stamp on a very nice season, over $51,000 in earnings. Comes in with a very good form. Lost to Kingsbury Road, who just ran second yesterday as well in a big race. They exit the Strong Tide Handicap, which was a taxing race. They went quick, and I believe he hooked up with Little Jake in that race. And Goldwyn and Little Jake did themselves no favor. Now, Goldwyn certainly held on slightly better than Little Jake, but they both dueled themselves into submission through some rapid fractions. We'll see what our leading rider and leading trainer opt to do in here. Randy Klopp, Fernando de la Cruz, 4-1 off that 12-1 morning line. They're drawn down on the inside. They're going to have to show some sort of speed, but will it be enough to keep up with your favorite in Sleepy? We're 4 minutes away from kicking off that middle pick 5 in here. Our mid-pick 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You'll see my ticket up on the screen while the horses are warming up throughout their warm-up in here. I put together a little bit of a ticket for this pick 5. I think it's a challenging one. Just going to note that I did single Sleepy in this spot. The hammer time going to be a single at 6-5 off that 4-1 morning line. But Randy Klopp's got a couple of live runners in here, a couple of scratches. This race is much more wide open than maybe as easy as Sleepy. But we're going to single in race number 4 here with Sleepy. We'll spread out in races 5, 6, 7, and 8 because this pick 5 is going to be a challenge. Now, I think our early pick 5 is well on its way to probably paying upwards of $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, maybe even a potential carryover depending on how these final 2 races go. But this middle pick 4 is legitimate. And then if you have not started handicapping the late pick 5, I'm not mincing my words. That is a challenging sequence. It feels like a pick 5 similar to an Oaks or Derby Day or a Breeders' Cup, and I don't mean that they're that high of talent, mostly that they are significantly competitive races. You've got 2-year-olds all stretching out for the first time, a couple of very nice stakes on the back end of this card. And if you haven't started handicapping race number 7 for that late flyer 5 or final pick 5 of the day, you would be remiss to do so. But we kick off another pick 5 right here as the rider's getting the leg up. A field of 8 goes 6 furlongs to kick off the middle pick 5 right here at the Shoe.
The horses on the track for race number 4 from the Shoe. This is a Indiana-bred optional claimer. So we had the filly division earlier. This is the open division for the Indiana-breds 3 other than, never won of 5 or optional 20 in this race. Scratch 2, 5, 8. 2 Mowens, 5 Classic Max, 8 Molly's Town. 8 to go, win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, starts pick 3. And as you heard Brian talk about, it does start the middle pick 5. Races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Again, a must-go pool here. The pick 5 starts in the 4th race and races 4 through 8. And post time in just a couple. The field has turned. They are approaching the starting gate here for race 4 start of that middle must-go pick 5. Again, the middle pick 5 kicking off here. Get involved. They are approaching the gate. You have less than a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Healing Waters coming up with the Juan Saez award-winning apprentice. We'll receive that award later on this afternoon. Now here comes Taillights up for Brianna Johnson. King Ice, the multiple handicap winning Indiana bred, earner of over $438,000 up and in. Sleepy, in search of 4 in a row, will load up to the outside. Sleepy coming up. It's middle pick 5 time. Sleepy for Reese Ranch. Up and in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good start for the inside for Goldwind. Stablemate Sleepy also to the outside, flashing speed on the run down the backstretch. Taillights will join him from 3rd. Double Dog Justice is 4th and about 2.5 off the pace on the run down the backstretch. Healing Waters is within striking range to the outside, couple in front of Zolo on the turn back. Then it's Commander Storm and King Ice at the back of the pack. Into the far turn run, and it's the Klopp entrance. Goldwyn and Sleepy. They go 1-2 after a quarter drilled, 21-3. Taillights racing to the inside of Healing Water, still 4. Back to Double Dog Justice. Commander Storms under a heavy ride up the inside. King Ice starts to roll with Gabe Saez as they race around the turn. Here comes Sleepy, who wakes up to the outside of Goldwyn. These two hook up at the top of the home stretch, and Sleepy comes calling for the lead behind that half. Wow, 4-1 with a furlong to go. It's Sleepy trying to get by Goldwyn, who's digging down a tenacious customer outside the 16th pole. It's Sleepy just from Goldwyn, who's still fighting on. They're inside the final 50 yards, and Sleepy is on a 4-race win streak. A quartet of horses hit the line in a photo for 2nd. Running time on the board, 109-3. Reese Ranch to the hoop again, as Sleepy gets the 5th win from 10 lifetime starts, a 50% lifetime winner. Sleepy, the son of King Ice, in front. The judges posted number 11, Sleepy, as the race winner. They've called for a photo for that quartet of horses who hit the line together there for 2nd, so 11 and a photo. Into the winner's circle. Sleepy for the fourth straight time here to join Junior Davidson in the winner's circle. Number 11, Sleepy, a 3-year-old bay gelded son by King Ice out of the Aldebaran mare named Adorable Debbie. The winner's owned by Dennis Reese's Reese Ranch, trained by Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos. Continuing that hot hand here at the track, Sleepy, a 5-time winner now from 10 starts, bred in Indiana by Reese Ranch. Photo sign comes down, showed number 9, Zolo, to be second. Third, number 1, Goldwyn. And fourth goes 3, Commander Storm, 11-9, 1-3. Sleepy got the 6 panels in 109 and 3. Again, Junior Davidson was on hand for the winner's circle ceremonies alongside Joyce Reese and the Newports. Roger Spees is in the house as well. All congratulating Randy Klopp on that victory there for the fourth. We'll recognize him later as our leading trainer this meet as well. As race 4 has gone official, the winner Sleepy, 360, 260, 220. It was the hammer time play getting home for Brian Aragoni, as Sleepy heads at Sleepy Zolo Exacta for $21.40. The try, $20.90. Pick 3, $24.60. The 11-9-1-3 Superfecta for a 10-cent investment, $19.92. That double 3 and 11 Garcia Klopp double, $33. Up next, race number 5. Race 5. Indiana bred 2-year-old maidens to race 1 mile. In race number 5, we have a field of 10 to go with no program changes. Post time for the 5th and 17. And they are racing. Good start for the inside for Goldwyn. Stablemate Sleepy also to the outside, flashing speed on the run down the backstretch. Tail Lights will join him from third. Double Dog Justice is fourth and about 2.5 off the pace on the run down the backstretch. Healing Waters is within striking range to the outside, couple in front of Zolo on the turn back. Then it's Commander Storm and King Ice at the back of the pack. Into the far turn run, and it's the Klopp entrance. Goldwyn and Sleepy, they go 1-2 after a quarter drilled, 21 and 3. Tail Lights racing to the inside of Healing Water, still 4. Back to Double Dog Justice. Commander Storms under a heavy ride up the inside. King Ice starts to roll with Gabe Saez as they race around the turn. Here comes Sleepy, who wakes up to the outside of Goldwyn. These two hook up at the top of the home stretch, and Sleepy comes calling for the lead behind that half. Wow, 4-1 with a furlong to go. It's Sleepy trying to get by Goldwyn, who's digging down a tenacious customer outside the 16th pole. It's Sleepy just from Goldwyn, who's still fighting on. They're inside the final 50 yards, and Sleepy is on a 4-race win streak. A quartet of horses hit the line. Sleepy on a 4-race win streak. Taking out race 4 is Brian Aragoni's Hammer Time play of the day. Starts off that middle pick 4. Delivering as a favorite should. Now, on to race number 5. We start another multi-race wager. It does start a rolling double and a rolling pick 3. This is a maiden 2-year-old race to go a mile here. And pretty good race here. In fact, we have 10 horses taking on this mile distance. And right now, the people's pick is number 5, Trouble on the Green. Fernando de la Cruz up top for Anthony Granitz. Anthony Granitz with a win on the card earlier today. In fact, his entrance went 1-2 in that race. And this horse, rightfully so, should be a short price favorite. The horse debuted here at the Shoe back on September 16th. And despite having a pretty rough trip, did show some grit and fought on well to be third, beaten 3 lengths, and they thought enough of that effort to come back in the Circle City handicap, $100,000 plus handicap on October 1st, and the horse showed speed and made a good showing of itself. You know, that was just start number 2, and the horse was 4th, beaten 6 lengths, and faced a good field that day. Q's Top Notch from the Garcia barn, a 3-time winner, I believe. The horse that was 2nd that day, Young Angus, we'll see him later today in the handicap for the boys. I think he's 5-1 third choice, but Trouble on the Green comes up from a very good family. Pedigree indicates this horse is going to want to run all day. In fact, the mare was a multiple winner route distance, and this one's a half to My Riley. Of course, My Riley we've seen run around here for years, made over $500,000. America Mona Me, February Sun. All of these horses are really good horses, and every one of them have something in common. They all ran a route of ground. Now, most of them really excelled on the turf, but they did have some luck on the dirt as well. But I think this horse wants the ground. Trouble on the Green should get a favorable trip. Should he jump well, the track should be conducive to his running style. His speed's been very good as of late, and we expect Trouble on the Green on the stretch out to be very forwardly placed here in the 5th race. So that's my top pick for those reasons. 4-5 short price, but better than a long face. Now, for second, number 4, Rosso Fuego. This one comes from the barn of Randy Klopp, who just took out our 4th race. He is the leading trainer of the meet, and Abel Cedillo has a return call. This one ran 3rd last start, beating just 4.5 lengths in behind Mystic Justice. In fact, you know, that was at the route distance. When you look at the form here, there's only 2 other horses that's actually ran long before, and one of those I'll speak on after this one. But Rosso Fuego had a really good showing of himself on the stretch out, was 3rd at 12-1. That was a good field. Mystic Justice, Pro Fever, that's another one from the Klopp barn, ran well that day after being acquired from the Dobbs barn. But Rosso Fuego, I think, you know, will get some pace to chase. Now, is speed going to stop? I don't know, but there is some lick. Trouble on the Green's got to go. The Kerry Mori horse to the inside should show flash some speed as well. We expect Indy Kid to be forward. So I think should the pace melt down, of the closers, I think Rosso Fuego has a very good chance, and you're certainly going to get a square price, 10-1. The Chestnut looks very good in the paddock. Vino Rosso out of a Congrats mare, so the distance should be no problem, and comes from a very hot barn and gets a super talented rider up top. Now for third, we're going to go all the way to the outside and take a 17-1 shot flyer. That's number 10 coming from the Mike Lauer barn, and Joseph Trejos, who has the mount for Lauer, had a pickup winning ride in the opening race. Now, that open race horse was a bomb from the Scotty Mullins barn, and this one's a price too, but I think this horse merits a chance. This one did stretch out last time, and I liked that horse that day, and the public did too. The horse was 5-1 that day and ran 5th, beat 9 lengths. But if you look at the short comment, steadied at the 3/4, steadied at the 3/8, did improve. Now, that's a lot to ask for a 2-year-old making just their 3rd start and their 1st start going a route of ground to get stopped twice in traffic trouble and still show some grit and run on well with a good gallop out. I think most amazing is another one that should be a little close to the pace. Won't be on the lead, but I expect this horse to be, you know, sitting somewhere around 4th or 5th mid-flight, and should most amazing get a clean trip. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse won at 16-1, but if I'm playing a double or a pick 3 or even the supers, I want to add this horse. 16-1, good value. I think the horse has to be on every ticket here in the 5th race. So my picks here, 5, 4, and 10. It's a maiden 2-year-old race to go a mile, and it does start another rolling pick 3. Have 13 races on the card this afternoon, and don't forget we do have that 4 out pool, pick 5 and pick 4. They're starting a little late today. The 7th race will start the pick 5, and the final 5 thoroughbred races. The 8th race, of course, will start the $1 pick 4 presented by Itoba. Then the last two are the quarter horses. So nearing halfway through here on this closing day card. We appreciate all the bettors and all you guys tuning in. Still a lot of racing left and some good racing at that. So post time for the 5th race in just about 4 minutes. About to get riders up here. I'm going for the Granite's piece, even money. Good luck. On the track for the 5th race, race number 5, maiden 2-year-olds to go a mile to start another rolling pick 3 and rolling daily double. Again, these 2-year-old state breds will go a mile over this fast main. Field of 10 in here with no program changes. 5th race wagering options, win, play, show, exact to try, superfecta wagering, starts the double, and also starts the pick 3, 50 center on races 5, 6, and 7. Post time for these juvenile baby Indiana breds in just a couple of minutes. Approaching the gate here for the 5th. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Brazilian Conexão, the first to go in. Crazy Leg Mike's moving forward. Brenda's City, 35-1, will load up as Turbo Duck. Goes in, stretching out here for T-Dub. My Friend Wilson. And Indy Kid, the next two. Indy Kid and Mitchell Merle for Tim Eggleston, who's having that banner meet, both in the thoroughbreds and quarter horse divisions. Rosso Fuego coming up, partners with multiple Southern California champion jockey Abel Cedillo. Now here comes Tainted Justice for the Gorham Barn. Wood, Wern, and Granite's Trouble on the Green coming forward in the yellow shadow roll. 1-5 favoritism with Trouble on the Green. Oh, that good producing mare CC Mon Ami. And most amazing to the outside, son of Jack Milton. Joseph Trejos looking for his second on the Thursday scoreboard. Most amazing, and they're at the post. And they are racing. Trouble on the Green bounces out on top. Brazilian Conexão also flashing speed to a real logjam on the run the first turn. There's 7 or 8 across the course. Meanwhile, My Friend Wilson took the worst of it there, checked, and is now second last. So working around the turn, Brazilian Conexão showing the way just about 3 parts of the length to Trouble on the Green, the favorite from second. Crazy Leg Mike's the long shot to the outside in third. Turbo Duck is right there, too, along with Indy Kid advancing early to the outside. Most amazing with a big wide run around that turn as they straighten up for the backside. A couple lengths further back to Tainted Justice. My Friend Wilson, after checking into the first turn, has a couple beat. They are Bonnie City, and at the back of the pack and run down the backstretch, Rosso Fuego. So the quarter, 23-4. They pass the half-mile stage, a dozen lengths from top to bottom. Brazilian Conexão showing the way 3 parts of a length. Trouble on the Green there in second. Most amazing, continuing the wide journey from third. It's Crazy Leg Mike's in fourth, gaining ground from the backfield, racing up into fifth around the far turn. That is Turbo Duck. Tainted Justice is about 7 or 8 off the pace, and it's Indy Kid and My Friend Wilson, half mile, 47-3. Brazilian Conexão still showing the way. The jock sitting chilly. Meanwhile, the favorites under a heavy ride. Trouble on the Green there to second, and this duo has separated themselves over a half a dozen from the rest of the field. Top of the home stretch, and Brazilian Conexão is opening up and turning back Trouble on the Green by this furlong grounds. Brazilian Conexão just drawing away. Trouble on the Green is left in the jet wash with a 16th left to go. You would have thought this horse was in a witness protection program because he ran away and hid. Brazilian Conexão, tons the best, won by double digits. Trouble on the Green was second, Turbo Duck third, and then it was Tainted Justice in fourth in 138 and 2. Brazilian Conexão in front. Number 1, Brazilian Conexão, the race winner. Second, number 5, Trouble on the Green. Third, number 7, Turbo Duck. Finishing fourth, number 9, Tainted Justice. 1579 unofficial. 1579. The winner, stretching out to the mile here, gets home 138 and 2 in a Thursday stroll at the shoe. Brazilian Conexão, a dominant winner. Coming into the winner's circle to join Janice, who's on hand here for the Cody photo. And here he is, dominant winner. This is a 2-year-old chestnut gelded son by Balabali out of the Ecton Park mare named Sister to the Nth. Brazilian Conexão is owned by Toga Racing LLC in partnership with the Equinox LLC, trained by Eduardo Caramori, and ridden to victory by Marcelino Pedrosa. He's given a leg up there by top-notch assistant Cowie Caramori in the winner's circle here with the fist bump to Marcelino as they get 740, 280, 280 on Brazilian Conexão. 1-5 exact to 1340, 50-cent try, $127.45. The double 11 and 1, $13.20. Pick 4, $143.30. The dime super, $110.28. Pick 3, $36.75. And the pick 5, $3,901.85. Up next, race number 6. Race number 6 put Joseph Trejos on the 1, Gimmel. Trejos rides the 1, scratch the 10. The 11 Parker draws in with Walter Rodriguez, waive the apprenticeship allowance, make the weight 118, scratch 12 and 13. Race 6 will be at the gate in 18 minutes, and it offers pentafecta wagering. And they are racing. Trouble on the green bounces out on top. Brazilian Conexão also flashing speed to a real logjam on the run. The first turn, there's 7 or 8 across the course. Meanwhile, my friend Wilson took the worst of it there, checked, and is now second last. So working around the turn, Brazilian Conexão showing the way just about 3 parts of the length to Trouble on the green, the favorite from second. Crazy Leg Mike's the long shot to the outside in third. Turbo Duck is right there, too, along with Indy Kid advancing early to the outside. Most amazing with a big wide run around that turn as they straighten up for the backside. A couple lengths further back to Tainted Justice. My friend Wilson, after checking into the first turn, has a couple beat. They are Bonnie City, and at the back of the pack and run down the backstretch, Rosso Fuego. So the quarter, 23 and 4. They pass the half-mile stage, a dozen lengths from top to bottom. Brazilian Conexão showing the way 3 parts of a length. Trouble on the green there in second. Most amazing, continuing the wide journey from third. It's Crazy Leg Mike's in fourth, gaining ground from the backfield, racing up into fifth around the far turn. That is Turbo Duck. Tainted Justice is about 7 or 8 off the pace, and it's Indy Kid and my friend Wilson, half mile, 47 and 3. Brazilian Conexão still showing the way. The jock sitting chilly. Meanwhile, the favorites under a heavy ride. Trouble on the green there to second, and this duo has separated themselves over a half a dozen from the rest of the field. Top of the home stretch, and Brazilian Conexão is opening up and turning back. Trouble on the green by the furlong grounds. Brazilian Conexão just drawing away. Trouble on the green is left in the jet wash with a 16th left to go. You would have thought this horse was in a witness protection program because he ran away and hid. Brazilian Conexão, tons the best, won by double digits. Trouble on the green was second, Turbo Duck third, and then it was Tainted Justice in fourth in 138.
I got my boys down here. All right, guys. We do this every year. We're so excited to be able to support CASA, the child advocates here in Shelbyville, Indiana. And we've got bears, we've got toys, and Tammy does such a great job. She takes all this out there and drops it off for us. Thanks to the stewards for donating a little money for a few toys as well. So, yeah, they do this every year. What makes you guys do this, Marcelino, since you were so quick to try to throw Rodney under the bus?
Oh, I mean, it's a blast. It's like I grew up with no money really, and you wanna spend it with the kids always, and they don't have what we can give it to them. I always like to donate to anybody.
We are so happy that you are.
It's always a blast to donate. When you have it, you can donate. Do it.
And a little bit of good karma goes a long way, doesn't it, Mitch?
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you see the jockeys, tell them thank you for their being so charitable this year and every year here at Horseshoe. Merry Christmas.
Welcome back to an abbreviated version of your paddock preview for the upcoming 6th race. If you're looking forward to that late flyer 5, the final pick 5 of the season will go off about 37 or so minutes from right now. So start handicapping because those last 7 races are challenging and feature a couple of very nice handicaps as well with some 2-year-olds. Some of the nicest state-bred 2-year-olds we have on the grounds will take main stage to round out that pick 5 beginning in race 7. But we've got a pentafecta opportunity in here. Scratch 10, 12, and 13. 1 mile going to be the distance in this field. And I'm going to go to the red hot. Joe Ramos, Randy Klopp, they've teamed up already today, and they look for another one in here. They got Sleepy Home, a winner. Now they send out Mr. Negativity, who's been at the low-level $5,000 claiming ranks for some time, but has had success this season, banking just under $24,000 in earnings, $32,000 last year. 5-time winner. This 5-year-old chestnut has been in good form this season after a little bit of a slow start. Took a while to go through those conditions. Has always been at the $5,000 claiming ranks. Rarely goes above that. Came home an easy winner here on November 4th. Comes back on 9 days rest, and now they're going to try and do something they have not mastered yet, and that is 2 turns. They've only tried it 1 time to their credit, and that lone try came on a sloppy racetrack in which it was one of the few races. They were on an allowance class level. They were on a wet, fast track, and it just did not go all that well. They lost to Berloni. Little Jake was in there as well, didn't get the lead. and just completely quit midway through the turn. I don't think it was really indicative that Mr. Negativity can't handle 2 turns. I think it was more so the class level, didn't get the lead, and the slop. And for a horse who doesn't take dirt in his face very often, he certainly did not appreciate it that day. Stays at a reasonable class level in here. We'll see if the distance is a challenge or not. But he's bet down to favoritism off that 4-1 line. But you do get connections that certainly know how to win, and they win at a very high rate. And Ramos and Klopp, we'll see if they can get the job done in here at 8-5. But the best value of the race comes from the Lauer trainee, Bass Coat. Maybe deer hunting season, but Bass Coat certainly going to be right around the corner in here in spring. Jane Elliott going to be aboard for Mike Lauer. She's been aboard the past 5 times, in which they were a 2-time second-place finisher, and they won last out. That was over at Belterra. However, I do like that Bass Coat is proven around to distance. In fact, this horse won an optional claimer going a mile and a 16th, in which they won at 10-1. They kind of completely dominated. They shifted out at the top of the lane, had a perfect trip under the guidance of Alberto Burgos, and came home an easy winner despite being 10-1. In fact, they beat me and Chile that day by just about 3 or 4 lengths on there. They bring in some good form. They got a little bit of class relief over at Belterra and responded in kind after being vanned off here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, then went over to Belterra and certainly got back in good form. The 3-time winner here at Horseshoe Indy has won 5 races in his career, and he's proven around the distance. I like him at 5-1 with Jane Elliott. Almost interchangeable in those will pays among those. I think Buckle Up is a horse that I maybe didn't give enough love to in this race. 3 for 29, making start number 30 today for Antonio Duran. Rodney Prescott, his main call rider in here, going to leg up. This horse who closed well up the rail last time out. It was 5.5 furlongs. You had to go back. You had to watch the replay. But Buckle Up was running on in the lane. A horse who may have been crying out for a little bit more ground, has been a late-running sprinter. He chased home a good one. I mean, we already saw Sleepy won 4 in a row earlier today. He's been freshened up, given a month off. Now he'll get some class relief, and he'll get back to a distance that maybe they find out he prefers. They've mostly tried him sprinting. He's tried this distance 4 times with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish in the past. We'll see if the late-running sprinter can keep up in here early and work out a trip. Post position number 9 is no easy task in here, but he's almost even in the pick 3 will pays with the 5. So you're going to get much better value on the 9 versus the 5. But bettors are fancying him quite a bit in those pick 3s. And speaking of pick 3s, me and Chile has taken a lot of love as well. This is a horse who's been chasing around Sleepy the last 2 times. Gets a ton of class relief in here. Israel Garcia and Rachel's favorite, Hannah Leahy, aboard with me and Chile as we head into those winter months. They're taking a lot of love in these pick 3 will pays as well. Me and Chile could be an upset alert in here if you're looking to play that pentafecta. But we kick off our final pick 5 of the day about 30 minutes from now. Another pentafecta in here as we're just a couple of minutes away from race number 6.
On the track for the 6th race from Horseshoe Indianapolis, an open 5 claimer for the breeds to go a mile. In this race, put Trejos on the 1. Trejos rides the 1 Gimmel. And then we're going to scratch the 10 highest memories. The 11 will draw in with Walter Rodriguez, Wave the Bug. Correct the weight, 118 pounds. Scratch 12, Dad's Life, in the 13 Painter's Canvas. 6th race, Win Play Show, Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double Pick 3, and the Pentafecta will be offered for the first time this afternoon. Again, the 10-cent Pentafecta on the top 5 horses. We'll have that wager starting right here, and in fact, it will run through the entirety of the card with the last thoroughbred race mandatory payout of the Pentafecta. We'll start a new Pentafecta for the quarters in the 12th, but the first one of the day starts here in race 6, open 5 breeds. They'll be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. Approaching the starting gate, less than a minute for race 6 from the shoe. Open 5 Indiana bred claimers here to go 1 mile. They've reached the gate. It's post time. A field of 10 collectively own 40 lifetime wins. Amongst them, Gimel going in. Here comes Miley's Vow for the Whitakers. Moving into line from the barn of Joe Davis. Mickey Prado for Jerry Charlie coming up. Bella's Prayer for our leading owner, Heron Thoroughbreds, moving into line. Me and Chili for Israel Garcia loading up. Here's Rev's Metal, Green Cap for Terry Phillips up. And in, Buckle Up for Katie and Tony Duran for their Rancho Monarco LLC stable. Jay County's Rodney Prescott in the irons. Rodney Prescott, second all-time here. Native of Portland, Indiana. Me and Chili and Hannah Leahy now locked up. 2 left. Mr. Negativity for Roger Spees and Randy Klopp. Joe Ramos in the irons. Parker for Campos family moving in. And our leading apprentice rider, Jose Gutierrez, has the call. Parker is in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Mr. Negativity fast out of the blocks. Bella's Prayer is away in good order as well, trying to catch a hole. Me and Chili trying to race in between horses, but that hole just closed, and that one has checked into 5th as Parker ranged up to the outside, and they slammed the door. So midpoint through the turn, it is Mr. Negativity. Bella's Prayer really headstrong and tugging hard against Jose Gutierrez there as they turn up the backside. Advancing to the outside of horses, also really headstrong. There goes Mickey Prado taking off heels there. Me and Chili now settles long into 5th position. Gimel is 6th. Then it is Rev's Metal, about 7 off the pace on the run down the back stretch. Basscoat is next. Advancing, there goes Rodney with Buckle Up and 4-5. Back to Miley's Vow. Up the backside they go, the quarter 23 and 4. They pass the half-mile stage. Mr. Negativity back in front. Mr. Negativity for Roger Spees and Randy Klopp. 3 parts of a length to Mickey Prado and Burgos there from second. 2 lengths for the back to Bella's Prayers in third. Advancing to the outside, Me and Chili's on the move for Hannah. Raced up into a joint third placing as Parker's back into 5th. The Horseshoe half 46 and 4. It is Mr. Negativity with his ears up. He's getting out just a touch towards the top of the home stretch. The fence is now open as they fan 5 across the course as they lean into the lane. And Bella's Prayer cut to corner as Mr. Negativity still fighting on, shifting ground now. Parker to the outside, 1 furlong to go. It's getting tight between Bella's Prayer and Mr. Negativity. And down the center comes Parker, 1/16 to go, and Bella's Prayer is bullying on through. Mr. Negativity is laying it to him, though. Mr. Negativity, much the best. He was just toying with him. His ears were up and back and forth, and he hit the wire in 1:39 and 1. Photo finish. Mr. Negativity playing a little game of cat and mouse there in the photo finish. Mr. Negativity to the outside, Bella's Prayer to the inside in 1:39 and 1. It looked like Bella's Prayer got through, but Mr. Negativity knew where the wire was. Photo sign comes down. Indeed, number 5, Mr. Negativity. Back up in time. Second, number 3, Bella's Prayer. Finishing third, the 11, Parker. Fourth, number 2, My Miley's Vow. And fifth goes 8, Rev's Medal. 2-1, 7-1, 13-1, 26-1, 20-1 for the first pentafecta of the afternoon. 5, 3, 11, 2, 8. Into the winner's circle to join Grant and Charlie Turner and Roger Spees. Here's number 5, Mr. Negativity. Mr. Negativity refused to lose. Gets a 6th lifetime victory. He's a 5-year-old chestnut gelded son by Congrats out of the creative mare named Half a Glance. The winner is owned by Roger Spees' Spees Stable LLC in partnership with Randall Klopp. Randall Klopp's the winning trainer, and Joe Ramos with another victory here. As Ramos and Klopp been teaming up here most of the meet, but both of those two gentlemen have really got on fire as of late. As Sleepy won earlier for Klopp and Ramos, and now Mr. Negativity gets it done as well in 139-1. He was bred here in Indiana by Austin Nix. $660, $544 on the winner. The 5-3 exacta for $2, $59.20. The try, $122 even. The double, $24.80. Dime super, $295.33. The rolling pick 3 was worth $14.95. How about the pentafecta? $1,320.77. 6 down, 7 to go. So we close out the 2025 season. Some really good races left and good wagering opportunities, especially in this race right here. You want to get involved. The pick 5, the final pick 5 of the meeting, mandatory payout. Low takeout, late fire 5 must go. The pool must be paid out. You want to get involved. It's the 5 final thoroughbred races. We do have 13 on the card, the last 2 for the quarter horses, but race number 7 starts at late fire 5 here coming up in just about 16 minutes. The only changes in that opening leg, take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. They are racing. Mr. Negativity fast out of the blocks. Bella's Prayer is away in good order as well, trying to catch a hole. Me and Chili trying to race in between horses, but that hole just closed, and that one has checked into 5th as Parker ranged up to the outside, and they slammed the door. So midpoint through the turn, it is Mr. Negativity. Bella's Prayer really headstrong and tugging hard against Jose Gutierrez there as they turn up the backside. Advancing to the outside of horses, also really headstrong. There goes Mickey O'Prado taking off heels there. Me and Chili now settles long into 5th position. Gimmel is 6th. Then it is Rev's Medal, about 7 off the pace on the run down the back stretch. Basscoat is next. Advancing, there goes Rodney with Buckle Up in 4 or 5. Back to My Miley's Vow. Up the backside they go, the quarter 23 and 4. They pass the half-mile stage. Mr. Negativity back in front. Mr. Negativity for Roger Spees and Randy Klopp. 3 parts of a length to Mickey O'Prado and Burgos there from 2nd. 2 lengths for the back to Bella's Prayers in 3rd. Advancing to the outside, Me and Chili's on the move for a Hannah. Raced up into a joint 3rd placing as Parker's back into 5th. The Horseshoe half, 46 and 4. It is Mr. Negativity with his ears up. He's getting out just a touch towards the top of the home stretch. The fence is now open as they fan 5 across the course as they lean into the lane. And Bella's Prayer cut to corner as Mr. Negativity still fighting on. Shifting ground now. Parker to the outside. 1 furlong to go. It's getting tight between Bella's Prayer and Mr. Negativity. And down the center comes Parker. 1/16 to go. And Bella's Prayer is bullying on through. Mr. Negativity is laying it to him though. Mr. Negativity much the best. He was just toying with him. His ears were up and back and forth, and he hit the
What an effort that was. Randy Klopp gets his training double, and he continues to extend that lead in the trainer's title. And Joe Ramos continues to streak for yesterday, already 2. That looks to continue to some big purses coming up here in this late Flyer 5 on the back end. A couple of very nice handicaps, but we kick it off with 2-year-old State Breds going 5.5 furlong stretch, 13, 14, and 15 out of this event. And I've been called a lot of names. Been called a lot of names in my day. Many of them, loser, bad picker, a horrible handicapper. But how about hard luck prayer? You can't say a bad thing about picking a 40-1 shot on top. This 2-year-old gelding by Prayer for Leaf for Mass Thoroughbreds, Bob Gorham. There's not many believers out there, but I am a firm believer. This horse was bet down to favoritism on debut September 15th. Really just was absolutely crushed in everything. 11-horse field. This horse was bet down to below 2-1. Fernando de la Cruz, our leading rider, was even a believer. He was aboard that day. They didn't know much about the starting gate. They got taken back out of the gate, and ultimately that was it. Didn't know much about the starting gate. Since September 15th, they've gone back to the racetrack here on October 6th. They broke better, but ultimately they were still a little bit green. They were kind of climbing, steadily dropped out, and it looked like, holy cow, this is a bad effort. But then ultimately got out of the kickback, moved to the outside, and came flying home to finish third. Now, the final time, hopefully time only matters in prison, because 108 is not going to break any land records. It's a very slow race. Well, this horse did close into that slow race, and so they weren't necessarily stopping. They went almost 101 for 5 furlongs. So for a horse to be able to close into it, the winner that day, Dahmer, is going to go in the stakes races later on. I think there's plenty of upside. Someone bet this horse down to favoritism on debut, and now just about 2 months later, we're going to celebrate 35-1. We're only going to celebrate if this horse runs well. Otherwise, we're just going to move along and pretend it didn't happen. But to each their own. Hard luck prayer. I'm sending prayers this way, and hopefully we can get some luck in here with a Fields long shot looking to kick off this pick 5. But speaking of long shots, a horse who is taking a lot more action is Socorro's Prayer. And now maybe it's a hunch play. I was paying attention to Rachel's interviews, as I always do. They're excellent. And Socorro, I believe, is maybe the assistant for John Herron. At least I believe that's what I heard, and I think that we were talking to Mr. Socorro, and this one's named Socorro's Prayer. So I'm all about the prayer in this race. This 2-year-old colt by Prayer for Leaf, Sammy Bermudez, John Herron with our leading owners group, Herron Thoroughbreds. Another horse who has kind of the opposite pattern of Hard Luck Prayer. Went off favored last time, and instead of being a closer, this horse has a ton of speed. They broke sharp, they immediately cleared off, and then they waved the white flag this final 16th of a mile. I'm a firm believer, without having any facts to back this up or defend it, that horses do improve after a sloppy race when they go back to a fast main track. Not sure if oftentimes those sloppy race tracks are tiring or whatnot. They improve when they hit a fast main track again. And maybe Socorro's Prayer, who's lightly raced, can continue to improve and carry that speed right through the line today, on a day in which I believe we interviewed Socorro and celebrated Herron Thoroughbreds as our leading owner. So that's your hunch play of the day, 8-1, and that's backed up by fact, because those will pays would suggest the 6 is much more live than the 8 may be. But the first-time starter in here is a 2-year-old bay gelding named Star Promise for Aaron West. To my knowledge, he's never teamed up with this ownership group. Maybe a new ownership group to him. Maybe a new person was added, and that's why I couldn't find anything. But new owners, never teamed up with Walter Rodriguez in the past. A new rider, new owners. It could be the same result for a trainer who's winning at 23%. All he's doing is turning out winners, and all this horse has done in the morning is blow holes in the wind. I mean, you've got 3 out of 6 bullet best races, or best in the morning. Best out of 26 on September 13th. Best out of 27, going 48 flat on October 22nd. And then 47-2, best out of 22 on November 7th. This horse has been showing some talent in the morning. We'll see if they can put it all together in the evening. You do got to wonder why a 2-year-old Holiday Promise gelding is debuting on the final day of racing. Make what you want of that, but Start Promise could be legitimate in here, 2-1 on the board. Let's take a look at this late Fire 5, the final pick 5 of 2025, and boy, is it a doozy. We've got some wide open races in here featuring many 2-year-old races. We've even got a turf race on our final day of racing here at Horseshoe Indy. We're going to celebrate some maidens. We're going to celebrate some very nice handicaps with the Miss Indiana, along with the Indiana Futurity, and it is a tough sequence. I'm going to go 2, 6, 8, and 11 in here. I'm going to use the 2 that are most fancied at the windows and the 2 and the 11, along with the long shots I like. Hopefully, the 6 and the 8 can run as big as I expect them to do. We're going to be on that turf course. 7, 9, 10, and 12. That's a challenging race on the turf. Not many of them have shown much. A lot of them that have experience on the turf ran in very slow races, so a lot of guessing going on in race number 8. And race number 9, allowance group scratch the 10 and 12. The 10 and the 12. So actually this ticket will be $20 cheaper. It'll be a $100 play, 1, 5, 7, and 11, because the 12 did not drop in. Daily Cruz with Terminally Handsome at 5-2 in the Justice for Tommy Medina, along with Governor Ron. Horse who's been in excellent form on the turf course. It's the final pick 5. It's late fire 5 time, the lowest takeout in the entire country. It is time to rejoice and celebrate the lowest takeout, and you can't win it if you're not in it. So dive in for the final time on 25 today.
On the track here for the 7th race from Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's pick 5 time. Race number 7, Indiana sired maiden 2-year-olds to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch 13, 14, and 15. Get involved here, folks. A lot of wagering opportunities, including win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double. Starts at pick 3, offers pentafecta wagering, 10-cent base bet, top 5 finishers, and also the pick 5. With that low takeout you heard Brian talk about, the late fire 5, 50-cent pick 5 in the final 5 thoroughbred races of the year kicks off right here. Mandatory payout pool. It must go. That pool right now nearly $20,000 with a few minutes to post. Get involved. Good luck. Again, late fire 5 time coming up here in the 7th race. Again, 50-cent base bet. Races 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That pick 5 pool, 21,000 plus right now. Again, it is a mandatory force out pool here in the 7th race. Great betting sequence ending with those 2 $100,000 juvenile state bred handicaps. Again, race number 7 coming up in just a few minutes. Following this race, we'll have our leading trainer and horse of the year presentations. The field for race 7 has turned. They are approaching the starting gate here. 2-year-old sired Indiana breds to go 5.5 furlongs. And the sired 2-year-olds have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Today, Junior coming up. Prayer for Victory moving in. Hard Luck Prayer for Mass Thoroughbreds from the Gorham Barn. As Seen You Later. Bit anxious in behind the gate. Debuted Open Company, was second in the second start. Since then has been racing in premier handicap races here. Comes back to a maiden sire, getting some major class relief. And is 9-5. Good price on the board on that one. Up comes Eyes on Andy. Z's Fireball. Blaine Davison, familiar red and white and blue patriotic silks. Up comes Cazares' The King Stinger. Powerful Justice. Speece and Klopp looking to go back-to-back here at the track. Socorro's Prayer, Star Promise are the next two. Socorro's Prayer, 9-1. Star Promise on debut for Neil Allreed, Perry Wood, and Tim Wood. Now taking all the late heat, 7-5 on the tote board. Star Promise gets the services of W. Rod. Walter Rodriguez in town for the Riv. And also for Aaron West here. Working with Star Promise, a son of Holiday Promise. Purchased out of our sale here about a month ago by those connections. Now, Infinite Speed coming up. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good beginning for all. Quick one for Socorro's Prayer. Also Z's Fireball flashing speed. On the outside of them on the run down the back stretch, it is Z's Fireball. Star Promise hovers to the outside. Infinite Speeds to the outside of him. Then we trail back to Senior Later. Eyes on Andy. Deep on the course is Hard Luck Prayer as they run down the backstride. Even further out with an early move. There goes Junior Shadow Boy. Still three back to Today Junior. Then it is the King Stinger. And at the back of the pack, Powerful Justice. Rounding the turn, 5/16 to go. And Socorro's Prayer up top. Junior Shadow Boy with that big sustained wide run on the turn. Now comes to collar the pace setter as they reach the top of the home stretch. Here comes a big long shot to start the late fire 5. Junior Shadow Boy is 31-1. And by the furlong grounds, he looks unbeatable. He's opened up a 4 or 5 length lead on Socorro's Prayer, who's back into second with a 16th left to go. Big balloon time here. Junior Shadow Boy to start the late fire 5, and he was 31-1, and he won by a half a dozen. Socorro's Prayer was next, and it got tight between Hard Luck Prayer and Star Promise, 105-1. Junior Shadow Boy made a bold move in that far turn run, and he was able to sustain that bid and won with ease in 105-1. Number 9, Junior Shadow Boy, fresh off that bullet work on November 8th, where he had the best work for the 3 furlong distance that day out of the gate. Made the first start, an impressive winning one here. Junior Shadow Boy posted as your race winner, number 9 at 31-1. Second, number 6, Okuro's Prayer was 6-1. Third, number 8, Hard Luck Prayer. How about 24-1? Finishing fourth, number 2, Seen You Later. There's a photograph for fifth for the bottom of this pentafecta, which, should it be hit, will be a nice payout. 9682 photo. Result of that photograph at 76-1. It showed that number 7, Prayer for Victory, was fifth. How about this pentafecta, folks? 96827, 31-1 over 6-1 over 24-1 with the 2-1 fourth and 76-1 shot fifth. Into the winner's circle, impressive debut winner here. Well prepared by Joe Davis. Here's number 9, J.R. Shadow Boy, 2-year-old Gray Roan gelded son by Unbridled Express out of the hard-spun mare named Mildred. The winner is owned by Normando Jimenez Racing Stable, LLC. Joe Davis, the winning trainer, and Hannah Leahy, the winning jockey. Number 9, Junior Shadow Boy breaks maiden at first asking with ease in 105 and 1 and lights up the tote board here. $65 to win, $26.80 in the middle, $21.80 for the show dough. How about this? Exacta, $617.40. 50-cent try, better than $5,400. The 50-cent pick 3, $541.65. Again, we'll go over the trifecta. 968 for 50 cents, $5,447 and change. The double, $250.40. A dime super, over $3,468. Now that pentafecta, it was not solved. The pentafecta carries $6,356.22 into the upcoming 8th race. That race also starts the Itoba Pick 4 in 16 minutes. Again, the pentafecta has carried, and that carryover is over $6,356. So race 7 in the books. Race 8 is up next. Put Contreras on the 1, scratch the 2. Ramos rides the 3. Both the 5 and 7 debut as geldings. Walter Rodriguez rides the 6, scratch the 11. 13, 15, 16. Now the 14 has drawn in and will run. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up momentarily in our winner's circle, we will have a special presentation down in the winner's circle where our VP and GM of racing, Eric Hallstrom, is in the winner's circle alongside Racing Rachel, Director of Racing and Racing Secretary, Mr. Chris Polzin, alongside with our leading trainer of this thoroughbred meeting, Randy Klopp. And also Randy Klopp did have the Thoroughbred Horse of the Year, Cupid's Runaway, as well. Getting that special trophy and blanket presentation, I'll send it down to Racing Rachel, where she'll be alongside Klopp and team.
We are going to knock out 2 of our year-end awards with Mr. Randy Klopp here, our leading trainer, but he also had the leading horse, and what an amazing year Cupid's Runaway. I'm not even going to read his stats. I mean, he just killed it this year. I think everybody knows about this horse, but just first touch on him real quick.
Yeah, he's a real hard-knocking horse. He gives you everything he's got. Usually if he gets outrun, it's trainer mistake or rider mistake.
Yeah, you could tell. But yeah, if you don't know, he is owned by Reese Ranch and Randy. But yeah, 14 of 18 life, $200,000 in earnings. And then just a little bit about the Klopp year this year. 65 wins, $1.8 million in earnings. It's his second straight training title, 4th overall in the last 5 years. So Cupid was 7 wins this year and 6 last year, and that is a track record to win it back-to-back for the horse.
Yeah, I couldn't do this without all the owners, your breeders, my help. You got.
We had to get him off the horse to get him in here.
You got to have a good team. If you don't have a good team, you're in trouble.
Yep, that's exactly right. Well, congratulations, Randy. We got some other awards, but I'm so happy for you guys. I'm glad the whole team came out. Even Roger came out here today and graced us with his presence. We got more coming up. Good luck.
And they are racing. Good beginning for all. Quick one for Socorro's Prayer. Also Z's Fireball flashing speed. On the outside of them on the run down the back stretch, it is Z's Fireball. Star Promise hovers to the outside. Infinite Speeds to the outside of him. Then we trail back to Senior later. Eyes on Andy. Deep on the course is Hard Luck Prayer as they run down the backstride. Even further out with an early move. There goes Junior Shadow Boy. Still three back to Today Junior. Then it is the King Stinger. And at the back of the pack, Powerful Justice. Rounding the turn, 5/16 to go. And Socorro's Prayer up top, Junior Shadow Boy with that big sustained wide run on the turn. Now comes to Collar, the pace setter. As they reach the top of the home stretch, here comes a big long shot to start the late fire 5. Junior Shadow Boy is 31-1, and by the furlong grounds, he looks unbeatable. He's opened up a 4 or 5 length lead on Socorro's Prayer, who's back into second with a 16th left to go. Big balloon time here. Junior Shadow Boy to start the late fire 5, and he was 31-1, and he won by a half. On the track here for the 8th race, race number 8, 2-year-old maiden 20 claimers. And guess what? We're heading out to the turf course for the first time today. We'll go out to this turf course. The turf rail set outward to 24 feet, listed as good. In this race, number 1 is ridden by Contreras. Scratch the 2. The 3 is ridden by Ramos. The 5 is debuting as a gelding. The 6 will get Walter Rodriguez. The 7 will debut as a gelding. Scratch 11, 13, 15, 16, 14. Draws in. 8th race, win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, pick 3. That $1 pick 4 with that reduced takeout. Presented by Itoba starts here. Mandatory force out pick 4 pool. And also pentafecta wagering. And don't forget, we do have that sizable pentafecta carryover, better than $6,300. Already about $3,200 of new money in that pool. In addition, the pick 4 currently hovering above $14,000. A few minutes still to get them in, get those wagers in. Itoba pick 4 starts here. Must go, force out. 10-cent pentafecta offered, free money in the pool. A carryover better than $6,300. Heading out to the turf course in just a few minutes. crossing over here to the turf course here on closing day, November 13th, still utilizing this beautiful Caesars turf. Listed as good. The turf rail is set out to 24 feet. El Sereno going in. The Rocky and Bullwinkle hunch play, Boris Badenov coming up for Harvey Diamond. Holly Rude, Dreidel Collector, be the next two to move forward as the gray My Lunar Charm has gone in. Stolen Power coming up. Gennaro Garcia, Pedroza teaming up earlier on the scoreboard. Veneno Futuro. Veneno Futuro is in. Up comes Spastic Bid, a filly taking on the boys here. Daughter of Vino Rosso. Two left to load, Protonic Mission. And third pick. Turf time here at the shoe. Third pick coming up with Sammy Bermudez for Marcelino Salas. Just about in. He's set. They're at the post. And they are racing. Horrible beginning for Mantuga on debut. Good start for the middle for Boris Badenov. Also up to the outside, Spastic Bid is flashing speed. And between those two is a race bias for the first time is Stolen Power. The trio is about 3 in front of Veneno Futuro, came away racing in the 4th position. And then El Sereno is 5th and about 4 in front of the trio as they work around the turn. That is racing just to the outside there is third pick in between horses on the run around the turn, My Lunar Charm. And down along the inside as they straighten up the backstretch, Mantuga. So about 18 or 19 lengths top to bottom as the first quarter on the board, 22-1. Boris Badenov with some awkward steps up the backside shows the way by a length. Stolen Power from between horses. Spastic Bid, she's out in the clear in third. In behind them, Veneno Futuro is within striking range. Now she moves a closer 4th, 5 in front of the Indiana bred El Sereno. 6 or 7 back to My Lunar Charm, who's on the move. Right alongside her is third pick. Then 7 or 8, maybe even 9 lengths back to Holly Rude. Rounding the turn, half mile 46. Here comes Stolen Power. Stolen Power up to the outside of Boris Badenov, who's not done yet. Veneno Futuro has dead aim on these leaders as they reach the top of the home stretch and whips out on Stolen Power. Stolen Power trying to put away Boris Badenov. We'll have to deal with Veneno Futuro, who's wondering about the course, but it is Stolen Power opening up on him here. Stolen Power is on the wrong lead, but striding clear. Huge long shot. My Lunar Power, in fact, was 11-1. Holly Rude to the inside was third, and then it got tight for fourth, either Veneno Futuro or Boris Badenov, but Stolen Power gets it done at 3.5-1. So the high five numbers with that big carryover, 9, 8, 3, 6, 7. So 7-2, 11-1 was the Indiana bred bet down. 5-2 finishing third. 9-1 was fourth, and 2-1 fifth. So 9, 8, 3, 6, 7. 9, 8, 3, 6, 7 with that big carryover into the pentafecta there, as Stolen Power was pounds. The best here. Stolen Power breaks the maiden here, start number 5 on the drop-in class. Home winner 136 and 3. 9, 8, 3, 6, 7. With that carryover, the Pentafecta had a sizable pool in it there. $21,000 in new money. Again, the pick 4 just shy of $50,000. And almost $300,000 bet into the race. Good quality race there on the turf. As Stolen Power starts the pick 4, presented by Itoba. Decent price, $9 horse to start it. And the 8th race official, Stolen Power, 940, 460, and 280. In the winner's circle, another winner from Marcelino Pedroza and Gennaro Garcia. This time with the number 9, Stolen Power. Class dropping maiden break and win here for this 2-year-old big gelded son of Higher Power out of that Giants Causeway mare named Celtic Tigress. The winner is owned by Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated for their second on the day. 2 on the day for trainer Gennaro Garcia. And Marcelina Pedroza Jr. with his second victory on the card. Stolen Power breaks a maiden start number 5, takes out the Turf Mile in 136 and 3. Pick 3, $696.70. How about the pick 5? Better than $11,000. I'll get you that figure momentarily. Exacta 82.80. The try 91.55. The double a pair of 9s 373.80. Dime Super 88.58. Pick 5 comes back the tune of $11,092.30. The dime Penta $440.57. Up next, the 9th race in 16 minutes. 9th race back to the dirt. Indiana bred Sired Allowance to go a mile. Jockey change on the 4, Forever Greedy to Mitchell Merle. Scratch 10 and 12. Be aware that the 11 has drawn in and is set to go. Post, and they are racing. Horrible beginning for Mantuga on debut. Good start for the middle for Boris Badanoff. Also up to the outside, Spastic Bid is flashing speed, and between those two is a race bias for the first time is Stolen Power. The trio is about 3 in front of Veneno Futuro, came away racing in the 4th position. And then El Sereno is 5th and about 4 in front of the trio as they work around the turn. That is racing just to the outside there is 3rd pick in between horses on the run around the turn, My Lunar Charm. And down along the inside as they straighten up the backstretch, Mantuga. So about 18 or 19 lengths top to bottom as the first quarter on the board, 22-1. Boris Badenov with some awkward steps up the backside shows the way by a length. Stolen Power from between horses. Spastic Bid, she's out in the clear in third. In behind them, Veneno Futuro is within striking range. Now she moves a closer fourth, 5 in front of the Indiana bred El Sereno. 6 or 7 back to My Lunar Charm, who's on the move. Right alongside her is third pick. Then 7 or 8, maybe even 9 lengths back to Hollywood. Rounding the turn, half mile 46. Here comes Stolen Power. Stolen Power up to the outside of Boris Badenov, who's not done yet. Veneno Futuro has dead aim on these leaders as they reach the top of the home stretch and whips out on Stolen Power. Stolen Power trying to put away Boris Badenov. We'll have to deal with Veneno Futuro, who's wondering about the course, but it is Stolen Power opening up on him here. Stolen Power is on the wrong lead, but striding clear. Huge long shot. My Lunar Power, in fact, was 11-1. Hollywood to the inside was third, and then Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention into the winner's circle, where we will have our presentation today for the leading quarter horse trainer, leading quarter horse jockey, and quarter horse of the year down in the winner's circle with that blanket and trophy presentations. Our director of racing, race secretary, Mr. Chris Polson, and our VP and GM of racing, Mr. Eric Hallstrom, alongside Racing Rachel. Here, we'll talk with the winners of those 3 divisions.
We are going to get quarter. Let's put him in the water truck, you guys, as a celebration. Like Tim Eggleston, who had not only our leading trainer title and also, I know it sounds loud to us, but everybody can hear us out there, and also had leading horse, and our leading jockey is obviously Tim's first call here with Eduardo. But let's first talk about Streaking on the Beach. I was a little nervous because it was tied for fourth, but he got his the fifth win last night, owned by Buddy Presley here. I'm sure you were really excited to get that one. 9 career, $250,000 in earning, won the Bob Woodard Airborne Leader in Easy's Night Beat. Tell us about this guy. He's just a tough horse.
Yeah, he's gotten better every year, you know, from 2 to 3 to now he's 5 and has best year ever, and he's a great little horse to train and fun, and he's got a fun owner.
All right, and let's move on over here to Eduardo Diaz. Tell us, you earned your first title. This is the first time, right? 33 wins, more than $790,000 in earnings. So your older brother Edgar Diaz is riding here as well, but it's his second full-time riding. You're riding, so I mean it's just excellent. Tell us how you feel.
Estoy muy contento. No tengo palabras para. Pues muy nervioso, ¿ves? Pero estoy muy contento y agradecerle al equipo que hace esto posible.
He said he's very happy with everybody, and it's been a big accomplishment, and he's very happy with the whole team, and he's been blessed with everything that's been going on.
Thank you so much. All right, and then obviously we have Tim's leading trainer title. I got him. I'm busting them all out in one, you guys. 51 wins, $1.5 million in earnings, and it is noted his assistant Jordan Hash called me last night, and he said, "Rach, he's got 1.2 million in thoroughbred and 1.5 million in earnings here for quarter horse." So he went over the million mark for both breeds, which is very rare, obviously. So you got 264 wins and more than $5.5 million in earnings between both breeds. Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel? How are you doing both?
Well,
when do you sleep?
without all these people in here, we couldn't do it. You know, my wife, my daughter, Jordan, Rolando, Eduardo. Tony's down there, Noe, and the owners. You know, it's great.
All right. Well, congratulations to you guys on all your success in 2025. I can't wait to see what you do in 2026. Good luck.
On the track here for race number 9 from Horseshoe Indianapolis, the final pick 3 of the 2025 season for the Thoroughbreds. Race 9, a sired allowance event to go a mile, scratch 10 and 12. The 11 has drawn in. Now we do have a change of jockey on the 4, Forever Greedy, to Mitchell Merle. Mitchell Merle picks up Forever Greedy. Win Play Show, Exacta tries Super, Daily Double, pick 3, and starts a Pentafecta also. Pentafecta wagering offered here in race number 9, post time in a few minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. The final thoroughbred pick 3 of the season kicking off here. Governor Ron coming up for Charlie Hancock and Gigi Londano. Secret's Image for Fearless Andy Brown coming up. Gin and Whiskey and Keg the next 2. Again, a second level sired allowance race here. Keg has gone forward for our leading owner of the 2025 season. Terminally Handsome for Chris and Alan Walsh, locked up. One a 2 in here for Tiana Ruth. The other one coming forward now, Forever Greedy. Ready to Seize and Santo Sanjur up and in. Rapid Justice and Dreaming Girl. Dreaming Girl. Cazares for Davis. Davis with that big win earlier. Rapid Justice locked up for Greg Justice and Tomamandina. Now Showdown Justice off the also drawing into the outside. Leading jockey Fernando De La Cruz for leading trainer Randy Klopp. 8-1 offering. They're at the post. And they are racing. Showdown Justice from the high draw is squeezed on for some speed. Governor Ron and Jane Elliott will try to go after that one on the run first turn. Meanwhile, Gin and Whiskey just had an awkward step, took off heels there over Secret's Image as Governor Ron and Showdown Justice hook up, and they're stride for stride and going at a pretty good clip. The inside Governor Ron to the outside, Showdown Justice 7 or 8 back to Secret's Image, who's in second. Gin and Whiskey in a good spot there from 4th, and along the inside, Forever Greedy is 5th, and about 7 or 8 off the pace. Rapid Justice with a backstretch brush. Still 3 back to Dreamin' Girl, who's 3 or 4 in front of Keg on the run down the backstretch. Terminally Handsome's about 15 off the leaders and Ready to Seize. Can't see them all. The quarter 23 and 3. Governor Ron under a long rein, showing the way 3 parts of a length. Showdown Justice to the outside. Meanwhile, Gin and Whiskey throws his hat into the ring. He moves a closer third, doing it in hand. Catching the eye on the far turn run. Rapid Justice is starting to unwind up the inside. Forever Greedy as they race around the turn. Governor Ron still up top at 22-1. And Governor Ron straight and strong up top. Exploding from the backfield. Really starting to close in now. Keg is underway. Top of the home stretch. 3/4 in a quick 111 and 4. And they lean into the lane. And up the inside. Here comes Rapid Justice. Rapid Justice as Governor Ron is exhausted. Gin and Whiskey there continuing to grind away. Here comes Terminally Handsome. But it's Gin and Whiskey to the outside. Rapid Justice to the inside. Those two in a photo. Gin and Whiskey. Gin and Whiskey, I think, by a long neck, got up over Rapid Justice. Then it was Terminally Handsome. Keg Forever Greedy from the clouds. Ready to Seize was next. 137 and 3. Gin and Whiskey straight up in the 9th. You had to like your chances if you were DeVaris Douglas into the far turn run behind those fast pace setters as Governor Ron freewheeling on the front end. Showdown Justice just off that one. Those two went 23 and 3, 46 and 4, 11 and 4. And Gin and Whiskey came to him sitting about the 5th position and had enough kick in the end to win, exiting those 2 handicaps. Pair of third place finishes in those $100,000 and $250,000 handicaps, comes back to a non-winners of 3 allowance race and gets it done here at 2-1, posted as your unofficial winner. Second, number 5, Rapid Justice. Third, number 7, Terminally Handsome. Fourth, number 6, Keg. And fifth goes for Forever Greedy. 35764. 35764. In the winner's circle, Sammy Bermudez with number 3, Gin and Whiskey, 3-year-old chestnut colt by El Nawi out of the Artie Schiller mare named Miss Artie. This 3-year-old is owned by Nicholas Q. Smith, trained by Double D, Tavares Douglas, and ridden to victory by Sammy. Now, number 3, Gin and Whiskey, back into the allowance races as he gets some class relief, picks up the 3rd lifetime victory in just his 13th career start. The winner covered the mile off the pace, 137 and 3. The winner, $6, $340, $260. Pick 3, $330 and change. The exacted $24.60. 50-cent try, $18.20. The double, $41.60. Dime super, $12.25. Pentafecta winning combination 3, 5, 7, 6, 4. $39.78. Up next, the first of our premier handicap races. The first one is the 28th edition of the Miss Indiana. That's a 2-year-old Indiana-bred filly restricted race to go a mile 70 yards. In the Miss Indiana, Scratchy also eligibles. Post time in 18 minutes. They are racing. Showdown Justice from the high draw is squeezed on for some speed. Governor Ron and Jane Elliott will try to go after that one on the run first turn. Meanwhile, Gin and Whiskey just had an awkward step, took off heels there over Secret's Image as Governor Ron and Showdown Justice hook up, and they're stride for stride and going at a pretty good clip. The inside Governor Ron to the outside, Showdown Justice 7 or 8 back to Secret's Image, who's in second. Gin and Whiskey in a good spot there from 4th, and on the inside, Forever Greedy is 5th, and about 7 or 8 off the pace. Rapid Justice with a backstretch brush. Still 3 back to Dreamin' Girl, who's 3 or 4 in front of Kaig on the run down the backstretch. Terminally Handsome's about 15 off the leaders and Ready to Seize. Can't see them all. The quarter 23 and 3. Governor Ron under a long range, showing the way 3 parts of a length. Showdown Justice to the outside. Meanwhile, Gin and Whiskey throws his hat into the ring. He moves a closer third, doing it in hand. Catching the eye on the far turn run. Rapid Justice is starting to unwind up the inside. Forever Greedy as they race around the turn. Governor Ron still up top at 22 to 1. And Governor Ron straight and strong up top. Exploding from the backfield. Really starting to close in now. Kaig is underway. Top of the home stretch. 3/4 in a quick 111 and 4. And they lean into the lane. And up the inside. Here comes Rapid Justice. Rapid Justice as Governor Ron is exhausted. Gin and Whiskey there continuing to grind away. Here comes Terminally Handsome, but it's Gin and Whiskey to the outside. Rapid Justice to the inside. Those two in a photo. Gin and Whiskey. Gin and Whiskey, I think, by a long neck, got up.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Late daily double here of the thoroughbred variety, featuring 2 stakes races, a couple of $100,000 stakes races to round out thoroughbred racing in 2025 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Scratch your outside runners, 13 and 14 out of this event, and we've got a very nice field of 2-year-old fillies for the $100,000 Miss Indiana Stakes. No handicaps here, ladies and gentlemen. This is stakes racing coming up now, just 8 minutes away. And I'm going to go towards the outside. A horse who's lightly raced that I think has some upside in here. It's Tis Wine Time. I'm sure many of you can side with Wine Time, especially on a Thursday and these winter months approaching. I like this horse going into the debut, went off at 7-2, got the job done, kind of broke sharply, never looked like a loser, opened up, was losing ground at the end, but ultimately was never passed at the wire. I think this 2-year-old filly can stretch out. She's by Vacoma, but she's out of Tiz Elusive. Not much to go on for the way of confidence in route races. Now, it's a small sample size. The mare never tried 2 turns. She ran primarily up in New York and at Laurel. The siblings, they've only tried routing twice and have not hit the board. But that's a little bit misleading because those who have tried are frankly not very good animals or racehorses, and so I'm not putting much stock into it. It doesn't mean that Tis Wine Time can't handle the distance. I think she's going to break tactically. She doesn't need the lead. She did sit off of horses in the lane, and this is a horse they paid $63,000 for an Indiana bred. That's quite a bit of money, and they bought this horse for that price for this very reason, to run in stakes races on Indiana's premier day, or premier days of racing, and we'll see if Tis Wine Time can take to the stretch out and go a perfect 2 for 2-1 on the board. But right next door is a 2-year-old gray filly who was impressive on debut as well, and this one is Bo Liam. Liam's Charge, Alberto Burgos, looking to put a stakes winner to round out his 2025 season for Bob Dobbs, winning 17%. One thing that I've learned over my time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, when the big money comes to calling, Dobbs and his team are ready to rock and roll. This one is a half to Work It Windy, who is not only stakes tested, but a stakes winner as well. I like a 2-year-old who can come from off the pace. He looked very good on debut, winning at 2-1. The money was signed on. The results worked as well. They both flattered. The 3rd place runner did come back and win, being by Kitty's Charge. Here, not again much to go off of. Kitty's Charge retired a maiden. The best finish was maybe a 3rd place finish, going 7 furlongs at Ellis Park. The average winning distance of the siblings are only 5.9, so most of them have done very well sprinting and not so well route races, but only 4 of them have tried, and 1 of them have been victorious. So if you look at it that way, statistics can be misleading, and you can make it sound however you want. While the average winning distance is 5.9 furlongs, much of that thanks to stakes winner Work It Windy. A lot of that can be misleading if you say 25% with route races as well. Liam's Charge came from off the pace on debut. I think they're going to try and get a ground-saving trip in here and just be just in that 2nd tier. But they're both going to have to deal with Spirited Anne. Larry Ravelli has an Indiana bred in here who's taken on Open Company not once but twice. And both times this Indiana bred has taken on Open Company, they've been victorious. In fact, the only time she was defeated was in the $100,000 back home again stakes on October 1st, in which she went off at a huge number. She was completely disrespected. I can't remember too many Ravelli trainees here at Indianapolis that went off at 23-1, but that's exactly what she did. And she ran a good 3rd. She was just behind El Tinge, who's 3-1, vying for favoritism in this spot. She went back to Hawthorne October 26th and made quick work of a field of 6 over there. So she's tested against Open Company. She is 0 for 1 here. She's also going to be trying 2 turns for the first time. Her mare, Myrna Ann, was a 5-time winner, banked $66,000 from those wins. And the good news for the backers of this one is she handled 2 turns. She did it both at Oaklawn Park and over at Prairie Meadows for the mare. In fact, she won at Oaklawn Park back in 2017 at 14-1. The average winning distance of the foals in this one is 7.1 furlongs, so you would think a bit of distance may help. This one is a half to Anchorman, who primarily wins his races on the turf for the most part. But one thing I do know, Anchorman loves a route of ground, and the further, the better. It could be the same case in here for this 2-year-old filly, Spirited Anne. But a wide open betting event in here is we've got $100,000 on the line. 2-year-old fillies going out for the Miss Indiana Stakes. I'm going to try some outside horses in here that are going to give you fair value in Tiz Wine Time and Liam's Charge. But no doubt about it, El Tinge and Spirited Ann are the horses to beat. You need to figure out how to play this because it's a wide open betting event in here. 2-year-olds trying 2 turns for the first time. We'll see how it shakes out 4 minutes away from the 10th.
Horses on the track for the 28th running of the Miss Indiana Stakes, $100,000 stake event for the 2-year-old fillies to go a mile 70 yards. Here's the field. The 1, Sahara Hottie, owned by Marion Gorm, trained by Bob Gorm with Santos Sanger. The 2, Spirited Annie, owned by Spencer Cusera, Larry Ravelli, the trainer, Walter Rodriguez up top. Number 3, Miles Chiders, Ed Wright, Cattle Companies, LTB Incorporated's over and above, trained by Gennaro Garcia with Gabe Saez. Number 4, Smokin' Hot Justice, the 4 is owned by Alexa Ashton Justice, trained by Aaron West with Fernando de la Cruz. Number 5, Prayer Unbridled, owned and trained by Terry Phillips with Joe Ramos. Number 6 is Elting, owned by the Spookle Hollow Racing Incorporated, John Langmeyer the trainer with Marcelina Pedroza. The 7 will carry the silks of owner Shelley Nance. It's Red Iola. She's trained by Jonathan Nance with Rodney Prescott. Number 8, Starry-Eyed Justice, owned by Speece Stable LLC of Roger Speece, Gran and Charles Turner, and Randy Klopp. Randy Klopp's the conditioner. Abel Cedillo up top. Number 9 is Greg Justice's Zealous Justice, another one trained by Aaron West with Sammy Bermudez. Number 10, Tis Wine Time, owned by the Panic Stable, trained by Anthony Granitz with Andres Uoa. Number 11 is Liam's Charm, owned by Miller Selden Revocable Trust, trained by Rob Dobbs with Alberto Burgos. And completing the field for the Miss Indiana Stakes, number 12, Kaboom, owned by Penny Lauer, trained by Mike Lauer with Jose Gutierrez. Scratch the 13 and 14. That's the field for the 28th running of the Miss Indiana Stakes, $100,000 stake event for the 2-year-old fillies to go a mile and 70 yards. Win, play, show, exact to try, super, daily double, pick 3, and 10-cent pentafecta wagering. Post time in just a few minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 28th running of the $100,000 added Miss Indiana Stakes, the 2-year-old filly Indiana bred stake event to go a mile 70 yards. Sahara Hottie Spirited Annie has gone in, as has Red Iola. Starry Eye Justice will come up next. Over and Above has moved into line. Smokin' Hot Justice, daughter of Harry's Holiday, locked up. Starry Eye Justice packed in there. Prayer Unbridled moving in. Zealous Justice, 1 of 2 in here for Aaron West. Locked away. Tis Wine Time for the Panic Stable will load up. Here comes that good-looking 2-year-old daughter of Unbridled Express, Elting. Elting, named after a wonderful woman out of Cincinnati, true warrior. Here comes Liam's Charge, a great daughter of Bo Liam moving in. 2 left. Again, Liam's Charge going in. Now backs out yet again. 3-2 on Elting. This time she walks right in. 1 out. Kaboom. Chestnut to the outside. Kaboom's in. They're at the post. And they are racing in the 28th edition of the Miss Indiana Stakes. And it was a quick beginning for Spirited Annie, also Prayer Unbridled, Flashing Speed. There goes Starry Eye Justice to stack up 3 across the course. Tis Wine Time right there too, 4 deep. And this quartet is in front by about a length and a half from 5th running Sahara Hottie. The gray Elting settles along 6 at about 5 off the pace. Zealous Justice is just in front of Smokin' Hot Justice, 3 to Liam's Charge. The grays, 2 in front of Red Iola. And on the move there goes Kaboom. And Over and Above is at the back of the pack. That's the 12 of them in the Miss Indiana as they turn up the backside just outside 5 furlongs to travel, and 15 lengths would cover the lot. Chasing Spirited Annie through the first quarter, 22-4. Prayer Unbridled under stout restraint will track her from second. Sahara Hottie covered up by Tis Wine Time, 3rd and 4th. On the move, there goes Kaboom. Kaboom's on the move to the outside, making headway there after the half, 47-2. Zealous Justice just had to check off the heels of Elting and Liam's Charge, and now on the move to the outside, there goes Smokin' Hot Justice. They round the turn. Here comes Prayer Unbridled at a big number to tackle Spirited Annie. To the inside, Spirited Annie still there. Prayer Unbridled to the outside. Kaboom and Tis Wine Time are next. Smokin' Hot Justice is gaining ground. She's up into 5th as they reach the top at a home stretch after 3 quarters, 112-2, and they turn on down for the money. And it's Spirited Annie, the daughter of More Spirit, cut the corner. She's off the turn, has opened up 3 on Prayer Unbridled. Smokin' Hot Justice is loose and charging. It's Spirited Annie with a furlong to get. Smokin' Hot Justice is coming to her. She's racing erratic with a 16th to go. Spirited Annie, here comes Smokin' Hot Justice with feet of fire to the outside. And Smokin' Hot Justice up in time to take the 28th running of the Miss Indiana Stakes. Spirited Annie was next, then Elting and Prayer Unbridled. Then we trail back to Kaboom in 143-2. Judges posting number 4, Smokin' Hot Justice as the race winner. Second, number 2, Spirited Annie. Third, number 5, Prayer Unbridled. Finishing fourth, number 6, Elting. And there's a photograph for fifth for the high five. 4, 2, 5, 6, photo finish. 4, 2, 5, 6, photo. Result of the photo, finishing fifth, number 12, Kaboom. 4, 2, 5, 6, 12. 4, 2, 5, 6, 12. 7 to 1 over 3 to 1 over 21 to 1 over 8 to 5 over 22 to 1 for the Miss Indiana Pentafecta. Into the winner's circle. Number 4, Smokin' Hot Justice. Was scorching down the track to get up to win in the photo there. Number 4, Smokin' Hot Justice, a 2-year-old bay daughter by Harry's Holiday out of the hard spun mare named Fireball Katie. Smokin' Hot Justice is owned by Alexa Ashton Justice, trained by Aaron West, and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. The 28th running of the Miss Indiana is now official. Smokin' Hot Justice, 1660, 725.20. Pentafecta, $1,585.81, pick 375.40. The winning exacta was worth $93.40. The try $352.25. The daily double $58, and the dime super $198.72. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections of the official winner of the 28th running of the Miss Indiana Stakes, Smokin' Hot Justice. Her connections, Alexa Justice, Aaron West, Fernando de la Cruz, all alongside with that presentation there. Making the presentation, VP GM of Racing Eric Hallstrom, Director of Racing Secretary Chris Polson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Stakes Coordinator Christopher Kamak. Just momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, we will send it down to the winner's circle, where Rachel McLaughlin will be on hand with the winning connections of number 4, Smokin' Hot Justice, who takes out the 28th running of the Miss Indiana.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, guys. Sorry. I was looking to see what we were doing here. I didn't want our interview to get interrupted, but our Smoking Hot Justice has just won the Miss Indiana. Aaron so graciously has stayed here. Just walk us through the race. Tell us how you thought that the trip went. I mean, you had to battle for it today.
Yeah, she said perfect spot. Fernando did a great job, and we left in his hands. Yeah. He said put her in the race when you're ready, and he did, and she run.
Yeah, he's a pretty aggressive rider and does a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Greg Justice. This one's in your daughter's name, but you've bred so many wonderful Justice bred horses. Every year I announce your name at the ITOBA Awards for the year-end awards, and just tell us what this win means for him. Smoking Hot Justice, I mean, she's 4 or 5 life now. She's only been off the board once.
Well, this is my daughter's first horse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think she's more excited about designing those jockey silks. and,
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but she had some obligations today and couldn't come, so I'm glad for her.
Well, I'm glad that you're here. This is, I think, the second time I've seen you here this year, so very excited. Second or third, so I'm very excited that you got to be here with us today.
Well, thank you. Usually when I come, I jinx myself.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
See, we're all superstitious.
Yeah.
I don't watch the race. If I have a friend or somebody that I have, put money on, I don't watch. I watch the replay.
Yeah, that's probably me
that's
too.
How you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, ooh, I like that I have something in common with Mr. Justice over here. All right, Aaron, I'll let you get out of here. Thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations to you. We're going to go on to the boys division after this. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
They are racing in the 28th edition of the Miss Indiana Stakes. And it was a quick beginning for Spirited Annie, also Prayer Unbridled, Flashing Speed. There goes Starry-Eyed Justice to stack up 3 across the course. Tis Wine Time right there, 2, 4 deep. And this quartet is in front by about 1.5 lengths from 5th running Sahara Hottie. The gray Elting settles along 6 at about 5 off the pace. Zealous Justice is just in front of Smokin' Hot Justice, 3 to Liam's Charge the Grays, 2 in front of Red Iola. And on the move there goes Kaboom. And over and above is at the back of the pack. That's the 12 of them in the Miss Indiana as they turn up the backside just outside 5 furlongs to travel, and 15 lengths would cover the lot. Chasing Spirited Annie through the first quarter, 22 and 4. Prayer Unbridled under stout restraint will track her from second. Sahara Hottie covered up by Tis Wine Time, third and fourth. On the move, there goes Kaboom. Kaboom's on the move to the outside, making headway there after the half, 47 and 2. Zealous Justice just had to check off the heels of Elting and Liam's Charge, and now on the move to the outside, there goes Smokin' Hot Justice. They round the turn. Here comes Prayer Unbridled at a big number to tackle Spirited Annie. To the inside, Spirited Annie still there. Prayer Unbridled to the outside. Kaboom and Tis Wine Time are next. Smokin' Hot Justice is gaining ground. She's up into 5th as they reach the top at a home stretch after 3 quarters, 112 and 2, and they turn on down for the money. And it's Spirited Annie, the daughter of More Spirit, cut the corner. She's off the turn, has opened up 3 on Prayer Unbridled. Smokin' Hot Justice is loose and charging it. Spirited Annie with a furlong to get. Smokin' Hot Justice is coming to her. She's racing erratic with a 16th to go. Spirited Annie, here comes Smokin' Hot Justice with feet of fire to the outside. And Smokin' Hot Justice up in time to take the 28th running of the Miss Indiana Stakes. Spirited Annie was...
The final thoroughbred race of the 2025 season comes to a conclusion, celebrating 2-year-old boys bred in the great state of Indiana. The girls are settled, but we've still got to settle the Indiana Futurity $100,000 stakes race. Your inside 3 runners are going to take the lion's share of the action in here. We've got a well-backed favorite currently on the board at 2-5, as we're just 8 minutes away from closing out 2025 for the thoroughbreds, and 2 more races for 13 on November 13th, the 123rd day of racing. And Mr. T, the hot favorite in here for Chaz Recchi. Mitch Merle certainly loves having the mount in here. He's been aboard each and every start this 2-year-old colt has sent out, and they've won easily both times on the dirt. They dominated in a 14-length victory. First time on the dirt, first time going long. They went turf to dirt. They absolutely rolled home the easiest of winners and finished up full of run. I won't lie, I had my doubts coming back October 25th in the Crown Ambassador Stakes, whether that was a fluke effort or it was the next something special here for Mr. T. And when they went 2 turns, they rallied from off the pace. Now, sprinting, that can be challenging going from 2 turns to sprinting. They broke sharp, went right to the lead. They dueled from in between horses. They were in an uncomfortable spot throughout. They weren't heavily back. They went off at 5.5 to 1 again, and they just continued digging and finding more, never looking like a loser. And despite doing all the heavy lifting up front and being in between horses, they were opening up near the wire. This horse was just getting going and beat some well-backed horses like Silver Scion, who was favored in that spot. Mr. Sledgehammer comes back. The question is, this is the first time they've come back on fairly short rest. I guess they did it between September 5th and September 23rd. But how taxing have those victories been? Has there been any toll taken? And time will tell. 7 minutes from now, you're not going to know before the gates pop. However, Mr. T, his last 2 efforts make him a heavily backed favorite and deserving of 2-5. And if he runs back to those efforts, I think they're all running for second. However, the good news is for some of the others in here, they don't run the race on paper. They settle the score out on the racetrack, and Young Angus is a horse who's had plenty of upside. The backside have been chattering about this horse right from debut. 10-horse field went off at 5-2. Didn't go off favored and absolutely kicked butt on debut back on July 30th. It was believed to be that Young Angus may even be the best horse on the grounds for 2-year-olds and Indiana breds. And then got a little bit of a sneaky troubled trip, maybe a little bit overconfident when they came back September 10th in a non-winner's allowance of 2. They let Spirited Justice get the jump, who was since a stakes winner in his own right. They were kind of taken back. They got shuffled back midway through the turn, ultimately started climbing, and then came with a huge rally and just couldn't get up. Unfortunately, it was almost an instant replay on October 1st in the Circle City. They were wide throughout. They were much closer to the lead than they were in previous races, and they stayed on willingly. They ultimately couldn't catch Q's Top Notch, who kind of got away from them and came home a very nice winner at a decent price for Gennaro Garcia. So Young Angus, a ton of talent has been on display. It's apparent. A lot of people believe this horse can run. Can they handle 2 turns? I mean, the way they run, it would suggest so, but just because you're a late-running sprinter doesn't necessarily mean you always want more ground. I'm a little bit cautious of the inside run. They've usually kind of climbed if they get dirt in their face, if they drop too far back. And so I'm cautious of this post. I think this horse has talent, one that I'm looking forward to the future, but breeding doesn't necessarily suggest a ton of distance, and I think it's one of the biggest false beliefs that just because you're a late-running sprinter, you want more ground. It could be the case in here, but I'm interested to see how Young Angus takes that talent 2 turns today. But the money's come in as well, 4-1, right in the face of Mr. T. The 7 is Tail Gunner. Tony Granite, Sammy Bermuda's in here. Richard Perkins has this 2-year-old colt by Tiz the Law. They paid $57,000 for. You don't pay that price very often for an Indiana bred in here. In fact, this is a horse who actually RNA'd at the OBS sale and then came back and sold for $57,000. Ultimately, the 4th horse that Granite has had with Richard Perkins, including they win at 24%. So it makes sense that they just keep buying horses, especially if you're going to win at 24%. That's double what Tony Granite has done this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 11%. Tail Gunner, a horse who debuted going long, went off at odds on. This is a horse who was bet down below even money right into Mr. T back on September 23rd. They were very wide first turn. They were well held. They looked like a winner at the top of the lane. And when Joe Ramos shook those reins, there was zero response. And when I say zero response, they went from sitting in the shotgun captain seat ready to take the lead to barely hitting the board, beaten by 17 lengths. And that was against Mr. T. However, the good news is that was on debut. Debuting around 2 turns is a tall task. They cut back and came back on October 28th, ran much better. They broke well. They held the rail position. They were opening up, and they ultimately kept to task. Joe Ramos opts to ride elsewhere. He's going to stick with your inside runner, Young Angus. Sammy Bermuda is going to get aboard, and he's been plenty good aboard, plenty Tony Granite's trainees in his day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They go way back. They have plenty of success. I think there's upside. They get back to 2 turns in here. And this the connections ultimately thought 2 turns was going to be the answer. I mean, they debuted going 2 turns. So this is a horse who's been favored in both career starts, maiden jumping up against Stakes Company in here, but in with a big chance being by Tiz the Law out of Mama Mary. I think can handle the distance today and should have an improved effort. Certainly better than what they did on debut against Mr. T. But no doubt about it, the hot action's coming in hot and heavy on Mr. T. And here, 2-year-old Colts and Geldings bred in the great state of Indiana for the final time of 2025. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next season. Good luck.
On the track for the final thoroughbred race of the 2025 season, the final chance at Bet a Pick 3 here. This is the co-featured 26th running of the Indiana Futurity Stakes, $100,000 added for the 2-year-old Indiana breds to go mile 70. Here's the field. Number 1, Young Angus, owned by Karen Matthews and Charles Farrell. The trainer Randy Matthews and Joe Ramos up top. Number 2, Mr. T, owned by F.K. Bailey, trained by Chaz Retchie. Mitchell Merle is in the saddle. Number 3 is Mr. Sledgehammer. Will carry the silks of the Thirsty Acres Racing, trained by Tiana Richardville. Hannah Leahy with the reins. Number 4, Speedy Spirit. He's owned by Rancho Monarca LLC, trained by Tony Duran with Santo Sanjur. The 5 is J.R. Sunchaser, owned by Jimenez Racing Stables LLC, trained by Joe Davis with Fernando de la Cruz. The 6 is Penny Lauer's Happiest Moment, trained by Mike Lauer with Alberto Burgos. Number 7, Tail Gunner, owned by Richard Perkins, trained by Anthony Granite. Sammy Bermudez aboard. Campos Family Ventures will send out the 8 Coyote Justice, conditioned by Kenya Hernandez with Luis Contreras. Number 9 is Dahmer, owned by Klingler Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by Randy Klopp with Abel Cedillo. The 10 is Mystic Justice, owned by Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, trained by Gennaro Garcia with Marcelina Pedroza Jr. The 11 is Winthorn, owned by Shelley Nance, conditioned by Jonathan Nance with Rodney Prescott. And completing in field for the 26th edition of the Indiana Futurity is number 12, Q's Got Class. He's owned by Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated in partnership with Bruce and Lori Murphy, trained by Gennaro Garcia with Jose Gutierrez. That's the 12 2-year-olds to race a mile 70 for the Indiana Futurity. $100,000 added up for grabs here. Again, mile 70 on the Fast Main, Win Play Show, Exacta Try, Super Pick 3, and a 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering. Post time for the Indiana Futurity in just a couple of minutes. Approaching the gate here, less than a minute. Here they come for the 26th running of the Indiana Futurity, approaching the starting gate. Final thoroughbred race of the 2025 season coming forward. Starting leg of the final pick 3. Following this, we have 2 quarter horse races left. We're down to 3 here for the season in Shelbyville. Full gate of 12, an oversubscribed edition of the 26th running of the Indiana Futurity, $100,000 stake event for the 2-year-olds. Loading in here is Young Angus. Young Angus goes in first for the Matthews Barn. Mr. T for the Bailey Boys. Tail Gunners moved up and in. Mr. Sledgehammer for Thirsty Acres coming up. A winner at a route distance when breaking the maiden convincingly by better than 7 lengths. Coyote Justice moving in. Up comes Speedy Spirit and Dahmer. Speedy Spirit. Good looking son of Matoli for the Durans, 51-1 offering. Speedy Spirit should appreciate the distance here. Coming up now, J.R. Sunchaser, Jimenez, and Joe Davis with a big win earlier on in the program with a debuting runner with Hannah Leahy up top. J.R. Sunchaser up and in. Mystic Justice has moved in. And goes the Nance family's Winthorn. 2 back. Happiest Moment in Q's Got Class. One to 2 on Mr. T. Happiest Moment is in. Just 1 back now. Q's Got Class. Q's Got Class up to the outside for the Murphys and Garcia. Great drone work here from our video department as Q's Got Class coming up with Jose Gutierrez just about in. Now backs off. Assistant starters working with Q's Got Class. Riley Collins on the lead. Gets him right in. They are at the post. And they are racing in the 26th edition of the Indiana Futurity. Quick start for the outside for Q's Got Class. Also from between horses, Happiest Moment, Mystic Justice right there too. A real log jam on the run the first turn, about 5 or 6 across the course. So cutting the corner onto the run the first turn, Mr. T. Now, correction, Speedy Spirit on through to dictate the terms with J.R. Sunchaser. Up on the outside, Q's Got Class. Now, Mystic Justice broke sharp, has been taken in hand back into 4th and already about 6 or 7 off the leaders. Happiest Moment right alongside that one. Mr. T settles along mid-flight just in front of Winthorn on the run down the backstretch. Still 3 back to Mr. Sledgehammer. A similar margin back to Tail Gunner, who races to the inside. Up on the outside, Dahmer, and right between those two is Coyote Justice on the run down the backstretch. 7 or 8 back to Young Angus, who's way out of it as they have just outside a half mile to go. The quarter almost in 23 seconds flat. Speedy Spirit showing the way. Q's Got Class right there in second. Up the outside, Mystic Justice perfectly poised there from third. Right on his back, Happiest Moment is fourth as they enter the turn. Meanwhile, Mr. T has raced up into fifth. Here he comes. He's coming to the inside. A Happiest Moment as they race around the turn. The half mile, 47 seconds flat to the top of the lane in the Indiana Futurity. Speedy Spirit to the inside. Up to the outside, Q's Got Class. Off the rail, 3 wide. Here comes Mr. T with a powerful turn of foot. Off the turn in the Indiana Futurity, and Mr. T sweeping on by Speedy Spirit with a furlong to go. Mr. T opening up by 4, now by 5. Speedy Spirit back into second, finishing with interest from the backfield, Young Angus, but with a 16th left to go. He may not like magic, but he disappeared from this field. Number 2, Mr. T takes down the Indiana Futurity in style. From last up into second was Young Angus. Then it was Mr. Sledgehammer in 1:43 and 1. Mr. T, another dominant performance. He's now on a 3-race win streak and 2 big premier races back-to-back here at the Shoe. What a talented Indiana bred here. Number 2, Mr. T. Mitchell Merle was elated as well, giving some fist pumps to the crowd in the final strides. That's how much the best Mr. T was here. Takes out his 3rd straight victory, is undefeated against state-bred competition, has won each of those 3 races in style. Number 2, Mr. T posted as the race winner. Second, number 1, Young Angus. Third, number 3, Mr. Sledgehammer. Fourth was the 4, Speedy Spirit. And fifth goes 7, Tail Gunner. 2, 1, 3, 4, 7. 2, 1, 3, 4, 7. Two, 1, 3, 4, 7. 2, 1, 3, 4, 7. How about it, folks? Give it up for this one here. Really talented Mr. T. Mr. T turned out. Mitchell Merle's turning him out, taking a look at himself in the big screen there. Mr. T. Another dominant performance. A-team namesake was on his A game yet again. A jubilant apron here. An excited winner circle too, as we will see the uber talented Mr. T heading into the circle here, the unofficial winner of the 26th running of the Indiana Futurity. Again, stays undefeated against state-bred competition. Mr. T, a 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Sahara Sky. He's out of the Uncle Mo mare named Gospel Singer. Mr. T owned by F.K. Bailey, trained by Chaz Retchie, and Mitchell Merle up top for the winning ride. How about it, folks? Mr. T taking down the Indiana Futurity. Again, coming in the winner's circle to join his fan club. Here's number 2, Mr. T. And the Indiana Futurity has been declared official. 21347 official. Mr. T, the favorite, 322.42.10. Exacta 940. The try $7.05. The double $34.80. The $1 pick four $335.10. Superfecta $9.04. The pick three $40.35. Pick five $4,163.25. Pentafecta $41.83. Race 12 is up next in 16 minutes. Race number 12, we start quarter horse action. Scratch all the also eligibles. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention into the winner's circle where the trophy presentation being made to the winning connections of the 26th edition of the Indiana Futurity. Mr. T for his dominant win, to F.K. Bailey, Chaz Retchie, Mitchell Murrell for that victory. Making the presentation alongside Eric Hallstrom, Chris Poulsen accepting the trophy there. Mr. Bailey, who will be interviewed momentarily by Racing Rachel, Chaz Retchie alongside, and Mitchell Murrell will be here for this special winner's circle post-race interview by Rachel McLaughlin.
I just said in the last race that I'm superstitious, so if it's, this is my farrier, Justin, my buddy here. I was just talking about you on FanDuel. And so I literally was watching like this in the winner's circle. And I love Mitch too, so didn't want to jinx you guys, so you're welcome for the win. Mitch, no, seriously, that was just a really stellar performance, and you guys have been really successful. 2 wins, now 3 in a row. Tell me about the trip today for Mr. T.
Yeah, first, he's super cool horse, like he can do whatever you ask him and more. I knew the pace was going to be hot, and going back to when he broke his maiden, he settled in very nicely the last time, and he's a finisher. I mean, he can, like I said, so I saddled the pace and let them do the dirty work for me, and I picked up the pieces.
Can I ask you a question? I did watch when they did the replay coming to the final turn. He looked like either you pushed a button or he did. Whose idea was that when you came through the turn and he just took off like a firecracker?
That was my idea. Yeah. But he did his job and responded.
He listened.
And he got us home.
Y'all came tearing across that turn. Congratulations, Mitch. And congratulations on a good season. Come back next year, okay?
I'll be here. Thank you.
That's what I like to hear. All right. Justin Bailey, assistant trainer, Chaz Retchie. I took a lot of time there with Mitch, but he was texting me last night. He was like, Rach, can you look up this stat? Like, has any other horse won this? So he has been, I said, quit putting so much pressure on yourself, bro. He's going to run well, and he did, and I'm so proud of you. Got your assistant trainer's license. Tell me what this horse means to you.
Everything. So proud of him. Couldn't be more thankful and more proud of this horse. Just so blessed. So blessed.
He looked like a true champ tonight, so you got to be proud. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys, stick around. It might be dark here. It's not that late. We've got 2 more races coming up, and we have the apprentice jockey title to give away. Oh.
And they are racing in the 26th edition of the Indiana Futurity. Quick start for the outside for Q's Got Class. Also from between horses, Happiest Moment, Mystic Justice right there too. A real log jam on the run the first turn, about 5 or 6 across the course. So cutting the corner onto the run the first turn, Mr. T. Now, correction, Speedy Spirit on through to dictate the terms with JR Sun Chaser. Up on the outside, Q's Got Class. Now, Mystic Justice broke sharp, has been taken in hand back into fourth, and already about 6 or 7 off the leaders. Happiest Moment right alongside that one. Mr. T settles along mid-flight just in front of Winthorn on the run down the backstretch. Still 3 back to Mr. Sledgehammer. A similar margin back to Tail Gunner, who races to the inside. Up on the outside, Dahmer, and right between those two is Coyote Justice on the run down the backstretch. 7 or 8 back to Young Angus, who's way out of it, as they have just outside a half mile to go. The quarter almost in 23 seconds flat. Speedy Spirit showing the way. Q's got class right there in second. Up the outside, Mystic Justice perfectly poised there from third. Right on his back, happiest moment is fourth as they enter the turn. Meanwhile, Mr. T has raced up into fifth. Here he comes. He's coming to the inside, a happiest moment as they race around the turn. The half mile, 47 seconds flat to the top of the lane in the Indiana Futurity. Speedy Spirit to the inside. Up to the outside, Q's got class. Off the rail, 3 wide. Here comes Mr. T with a powerful turn of foot. Off the turn in the Indiana Futurity. And Mr. T sweeping on by Speedy Spirit with a furlong to go. Mr. T opening up by 4, now by 5. Speedy Spirit back into second, finishing with interest from the backfield. Young Angus, but with a 16th left to go. He may not like magic, but he disappeared from this field. Number 2, Mr. T takes down the Indiana Futurity in style. From last up into second was Young Angus. Then it was Mr. Sledgehammer in 1.
Our leading apprentice jockey title is named after Juan Saez, who tragically passed here at the track. So to honor him, we've named it after Juan Saez. And this year it goes to Jose Gutierrez. You had 46 wins and $1.1 million in earnings. That is so great for an apprentice rider. I'm so happy for you. He's from Guatemala, and you're an exercise rider, then came here to ride. Just really happy for you in the top 10. You really sit a horse really well. So how does it feel to get this title?
I mean, it just feels amazing. I'm just so happy and thankful for, with the trainer, Mitchell Elliott. She put me in my first winner. I'm just really thankful with her. And with Gennaro Garcia, he puts me in a lot of wins. Cipriano Contreras and John Haran. I'm really thankful with all those trainers and just feel amazing.
Well, you deserve it. You really are a really great jockey. So tell us where you're going to go here for the winter.
My plan is going to tour for this winter. Yeah.
Well, good luck there. We hope to see you back here next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, we've got a couple more quarter horse races, and we are going to do our leading quarter horse owner title as well. So stick around.
Well, today is the day we close out this incredible 2025 live racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And boy, it's just been amazing. I mean, the growth of, for me, the growth of Indiana quarter horse racing has been extraordinary. This year we had record purses for both the Governor's Stakes and Miss Roxy Little Futurity. And it looks like much more is to come, some more graded stakes opportunity for these hardworking horsemen. So it's been a pleasure for me seeing the growth of this particular breed. Obviously, thoroughbreds on another level as well. Okay, well, let's go to the paddock. We have two quarter horse races for today in the 12th. Both of them are the same condition, 2-year-old registered Indiana bred maidens. And it's kind of interesting. We've seen these juveniles showcase their talent and their speed throughout the season. Some of these have come close. Others are, a little bit of a puzzle. We'll just see who's going to finally graduate today. All right, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 5, and that's Just Our Patriot. Has completed the exacta in 2 of his 6 efforts this meet for top conditioner Tim Eggleston. Qualified for the $134,000 Jaguar Rocket Futurity, which took place in July. And then, I love the pedigrees by Louisiana legendary stallion, Jet Black Patriot. He's been tested, and I think he's going to be in the mix today in this finale for jockey Rolando Pena. Okay, next let's go to number 8, and that's CVB Dynamic. Returns for trainer Claudio Barazza, who's also had an excellent meet, 52% in the money. This is a gelding by Freight Train B out of an FDD Dynasty mare, so very well bred by legendary AQHA champion breeder, and that's Bobby D. Cox in Dallas and also in Louisiana. Bobby's extraordinary. This horse competed in trials for 2 futurities, the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction and Miss Roxy Little Futurity. It's tough. Futurities are very tough, and you can come so close in the trial. But there's one to getting that 10 fastest qualifying time. But there's one thing you can't deny, and that's the experience of running against the best does make you a better racehorse. Claudio, want to send a shout out to him. He's had an excellent year. Stakes winners include Mr. Michael and CV Denali, who won Gordon Mobley Futurity and came in 2nd in the Miss Roxy. So really good year for him and his owners, Campos Family Ventures. All right, we're going to go next to a little bit of a long shot, and that's number 7, F.A. Lilies of Winds. Ran well in her Miss Roxy Little Futurity trial. She got a spot in the 30,000 juvenile. That's the race for the horses that finished 11th through 20th in the trial standings. She was bumped and lost all chances. That happens sometimes, unfortunately, but a cleaner trip, I think, will put her into contention at a nice price. She's trained by Cesar Escueda, one of the 3 Escueda brothers. He's a jockey, but took out his trainer license this year, as did German Rodriguez. So it's fun to see these guys coming into it, staying in it. Of course, German rides and trains. So Cesar, you better get with it. No, I'm only kidding. Okay, 587 for my top 3, and I do want to send a shout out. We've obviously talked about Tim Eggleston so many times, and well deserved, but I'd also like to extend my kudos to several conditioners that had great meets and won stakes. That includes Natasha Perez, Tony Cunningham, Jesse Vasquez, Ricardo Martinez, Claudio Barazza, and of course German Rodriguez, who had a breakthrough year winning 11 races and trained stakes winner. He's a Hawkeye. So great work for everybody. Okay, well, I'll be back to preview our 13th and final race shortly. Hope you're having a great day at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
the track for the 12th race. We start quarter horse action. Race 12, a maiden 2-year-old for the Indiana Breds to go 350 yards. Scratch 11, 12, 13, and 14. 11, 12, 13, 14 are out. 10 to go. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, pentafecta wagering, and it's your last chance this year to bet a daily double. Post time in just a few minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 12 at the shoe. Maiden 2-year-old Indiana bred quarter horses to dash 350 yards. 2-1 on Jessar Patriot for Eggleston. One Sweet Cigar. Down the inside in the Raper Silks now. Here comes I Stoli Yo Ferrari. Danifer, CVB Dynamic at 5-2. And the Orange Silks coming up. Here's Some of It All. Another one. We're in the pink silks from the Ron Raper barn. Apolitical Elmo. S. Predestinado. S. Predestinado. Jessar Patriot still left to load at 5-2. And she's a beach girl. Jess R. Patriot at 5-2 for Shelley and Chris Burke. Tim Eggleston, the conditioner. Rolly Pina up top. Here's Lynn Horst and Cunningham. She's a beach girl. Daughter of Escondado Beach to the outside. Up and in. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good start for one Sweet Cigar. Also quick in his stride. Apolitical Elmo. Here comes Some of It All. And also down the center, She's a Beach Girl. It's Some of It All just from one Sweet Cigar. Danifer finishing with inches. Jess Our Patriot to the outside. Apolitical Elmo to the wire. Some of It All surging late to the outside. CVB Dynamic and Apolitical Elmo. 3 noses on the wire in the maiden 2-year-old Indiana bred juvenile in race 12. A flying photo finish. What a thrilling stretch duel there. Some of it all was to the inside. CVB Dynamic was being bounced around, got on track late, comes flying to, I believe, get up in the photo. To her outside was Apolitical Elmo. So CVB Dynamic, Apolitical Elmo, Some of It All. Those 3 in a flying photo finish. I Stole Yo Ferrari and for Lilies of Winds was there for the bottom of the Pentafecta in that photo as well. The trio of placing judges hanging the photo sign here for race number 12, that Indiana 2-year-old maiden to go 350. Campos Family Ventures, the past leading owner here, leading owner at the meet, owned CVB Dynamic, involved in that photo finish, and has been posted as your unofficial winner. What a gritty performance there by this even money shot. The 8 CVB Dynamic was bounced around mid-stretch, got on track, and proves best here to get up in the photo, just holding number 9, Apolitical Elmo, who was second. Third at a big number, Some of It All ran a game race at 45-1. Fourth, number 7, for Lilies of Winds from the Escada Barn. And 6, I Stole Yo Ferrari for Eggleston was fifth. So 89376, 89376. Are the Pentafecta numbers. Even money over 10-1, over 45-1. 5-1 was fourth, and a 9-2. Mutual was fifth. 8, 9, 3, 7, and 6. The time for the 350 yards, pretty quick for these juveniles, 17.969 seconds, 17.969. As race 12 has been declared official, 8-9-3-7 and 6 for the Penta. Pentafecta came back nice, $3,372. That's what's an even money shot on top. Even money shot on top for a dime bet, better than $3,300. The exacta $28, the try $275.55, the double was $11.20, dime super $360.43. The pick 3 was worth $24. Again, that 10-cent Pentafecta, how about $3,372.24? Entering the winner's circle, your official winner to break the maiden in the fifth start. Here's number 8, CVB Dynamic. A good-looking 2-year-old big elder son by Freight Train out of the FDD Dynasty mare. Her name was Jess Dynamic. The winner's owned by leading owner Campos Family Ventures, LLC, of Gladys Campos and others. The winning trainer, Claudio Barraza, and the winning jockey, Giovanni Flores Minos. CVB Dynamic breaks the maiden start number 5. With a gritty effort here to take down the 350-yard dash in 17.969 seconds. 13th and final is up next in 15 minutes. 2-year-old Indiana-bred maidens to go 350 yards in the upcoming final race. Scratch the 7, cruise the C's. The 11 draws in out of post position 7, scratch number 12. Directing your attention in the winner's circle, where the presentation being made to our leading quarter horse owners, Campos Family Ventures, making the presentation, Miss Rachel McLaughlin, who will be alongside the connections here.
And to round out our leading titles for the 2025 meet, we have the Campos family, and they teamed up with Claudio Barraza this year, and they had a wonderful year together. This is their second straight title. This is Mr. Campos. He didn't want to be in the picture last year, but he did this year, thank goodness. It's his second straight title, and he has 12 wins heading in today. Was that his horse, this last one? Yes. Yeah, I love when a plan comes together. So 13, lucky number 13 to end the year. Based out of Connorsville, Indiana. You guys had wonderful horses this year. CV Denali, who won the Gordon Mobley, Miss Roxy Little. You guys just had a lot of success this year. So first, Claudio, I'm going to ask him, how does it feel to get this title 2 years in a row?
¿Cómo siente ganar esos 2 años consecutivos?
Ya llevábamos un año. Ahora dejamos de ganarlo uno y ahora tenemos 2 años consecutivos y creo que de aquí en adelante va a estar siempre dando lo mejor nosotros.
He had won it one time before and then skipped a year and then he won it 2 times back to back. So he's
very excited.
Yeah.
Very excited. Well, congratulations, and we hope to see you again next year, and maybe we can do it 3.
Yeah. And the next year.
Yeah, next year. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
De nada. All right. Hey, you had a great year. Tell us what it's like working with him. He's just a really classy guy, it seems like.
It's real easy. He's real easy to work with. He trusts us. He never gets in the way of anything. Yeah. So I'm grateful for everything.
Well, you're doing a great job. All right, Martha. Say hi to Martha.
Hey, Martha.
We love you, Martha. She's going to handicap the next race. Congratulations to the Campos family.
And they are racing. Good start for One Sweet Cigar. Also quick and stride to Apolitical Elmo. Here comes Some of It All. And also down the center, She's a Beach Girl. It's Some of It All just from One Sweet Cigar. Danifer finishing with inches. Jess, our Patriot to the outside. Apolitical Elmo to the wire. Some of It All surging late to the outside. CVB Dynamic.
Well, we finally reached the closing day of our 2025 live racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And as I mentioned, it's been terrific for the horsemen, for the fans, all the great charity work that Horseshoe Indy has done for so many deserving causes. So pleasure to be part of this team. And we're going to miss you very much. We'll be back in 2026. All right, well, we have one more race to go, and it's a 350-yard maiden for registered Indiana-bred juveniles, 2-year-olds. This is an interesting group. $18,000 is the purse. This is a final opportunity for some of these horses who've tested the waters throughout the meet to be able to get that win. See if one of them hopefully is going to do an excellent job in breaking the maiden. All right, we'll go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 5, and that's CV Little Guy. Has made 2 starts this season for breeder, owner, and trainer Jessie Vasquez, and her husband Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for the barn. She exits a trial for the 360,000 Miss Roxy Little Futurity. That's the richest futurity of the meet and also of the season for these 2-year-olds. This is a gelding by EOS Apolitical win. A little bit difficult in drawing that trial because actually had to face the eventual winner, Rockin' the Beach, in the trial. But, these things happen, luck of the draw, as you would say. But cutting back from 400 yards should put CV Little Guy in a pretty good position in today's final race. All right, let's go next. We're going to talk about leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston, who has 2 in this field. My nod goes to number 1, Flying Ivory, who was bumped out of the gate in her debut on September 25th and finished 7th, but then was moved up to 6th when they had to disqualify one of the errant runners. I'm looking for a clean trip for this filly by Ivory James under top rider Eduardo Diaz. That's going to be key. And, one of the things you have to see after all these 51 wins from Tim is that once you see a horse that struggled in the last effort, they go back to work and they get them more comfortable and they come back in winning fashion. I really should keep more stats. I can't even count the winners, but of those 51 winners, several of them were not exactly the favorite because they struggled badly in their previous start. Anyway, I don't think this filly will be 30-1 at post time, but it sure would be nice for you guys if she was. All right, let's go next to number 8, Flair for Emma. Certainly merits consideration for owner Chavez Racing LLC and trainer German Rodriguez. This is a daughter of Flair for Ivory. She competed in trials for the Gordon Mobley Futurity. That was our first major futurity of the season, and then subsequently the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. She's been tested. German is kind of the amazing success story of the meet, in my opinion, and that he was a very successful rider, then took out his trainer license this year and won 11 races, including a really nice stakes victory with He's a Hawkeye. So way to go, German. Keep up the great work. Anyway, 5, 1, 8 are my selections for our final race today. Good luck to all. As I mentioned, I'm proud to be part of this amazing team that's led by Eric Hallstrom and Rachel, Tammy, John, Brian, Jimmy, the TV crew are totally the best. Anyway, it's a real team effort here, and we love presenting quality racing. All right, well, you guys have a great holiday season. We cannot wait to look forward to our 2026 season. If it's anything like it was this year, you're in for a treat.
Horses entering the track for the final time for this 2025 season. Race number 13 to close out the season. Indiana bred maiden 2-year-olds to go 350 yards. Take out number 7. Beware the 11 has drawn in off the also and will break from that vacated 7 stall. Again, the 11's drawn in, will break from post position 7, scratch the 12. 13th and final, win, play, show, exacta, try, super. And also Pentafecta wagering, 10-cent Pentafecta. Top 5 finishers must pay out. Again, it must pay out here in the 13th. Post time in just a few. Less than a minute here. Loading in here for the 13th and final time this 2025 season. Flying Ivory, FA Beach Run, Easy Lovin' Beach loaded in. There goes Blue Collie DHD up and in. Up comes Buck Bunny by Mozumo for Sacramento Chavez. HH chasing CJ, breaking from post position number 7, loading up to the outside there of Blue Collie DHD. Flair for Emma. For Chavez Racing, Herman Rodriguez, the pilot and trainer. GV Little Guy for Jesse Vasquez. And Taylor are the next two. GV Little Guy at 5-2 coming up in the Red Silks. AP Valiant Princess. AP Valiant Princess to the outside. She's in. They're at the post. And they are off and running for the final time in the 2025 season, and it was a fast beginning for GV Little Guy. Also, Easy Lovin' Beach down the center, flare for Emma Taylor right there, too. It's GV Little Guy lunging up the inside, Easy Lovin' Beach. GV Little Guy just from Easy Lovin' Beach, late on the scene to HHC Cheese, but GV Little Guy, an open length winner. A four-way blanket photo for the Miners, but no doubt about the winner. Jesse Vasquez closes the show here with GV Little Guy to wrap it up for the 2025 season. Dominant victory here for GV Little Guy, who ran a big race. This 2-year-old son of EOS Apolitical Win gets it done by open links in this 350-yard race as he turns back from that 400-yard distance and proves best here on the turn back for the 350 yards, winning by open links and getting off at 9-2 odds. Number 5, GV Little Guy, posted as your race winner. A blanket four-way photo there for the Miners. The placing judges posting the photo sign, so 5 and a photo finish. Result of the photograph showed number 11, HH Chasing CJ to be second. Third, number 10, AP Valiant Princess. Fourth, number 9, Taylor, finishing fifth. The 3, Easy Lovin' Beach. 5-11, 10-9-3 for the Penta. 9-2 over 4-5, over 14-1, over 10-1, over 15-1. That's a 5-11-10-9-3 Pentafecta. Again, hold those Pentafecta tickets till the official sign's been posted and shows the final payouts. That is a force-out pool here. Again, that Pentafecta obviously must pay with this being the final race of the year. Just stand by to make sure it pays out on all 5 numbers, 5-11-10-9-3. The running time up on the board for this state-bred 350-yard juvenile race, 17.874. 17.874. Pentafecta was solved, in fact. 11-10-9-3 was solved to a tune of $220.69. The pick 3, $14. Exacta 28.60, try 51.30, the double 22.20, the dime super $41.91. Into the winner's circle, the Murphy Trailer Sales Incorporated winner's circle, where they have that trailer high in the sky over there near Crawfordsville. Number 5, GV Little Guy, a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by EOS Apolitical Win out of the Red Storm Cat mare named All-American Cat. The winner's owned and trained by Jesse Vasquez and ridden to victory by Gio Vasquez Gomez. GV Little Guy, open length winner to break the maiden on the turn back here in start number 3. Covered the 350 yards, 17.874 seconds, bred here in Indiana by Jessica Vasquez. Well, race fans, that's a wrap on the 2025 season. On behalf of all staff and management here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we appreciate each and every one of you for coming on out and your patronage here for the 2025 season. And you're invited to stick around where simulcast action continues throughout the balance of the year. Also, as always, the casino and sportsbook are open as well. Join us back here next season when live racing returns for the 2026 season on Tuesday, April 7th. Next year, we will race from April 7th to November 13th. Again, 6 quarter horse days next year. Again, 6 sole quarter horse racing days. Again, the season kicks off on April 7th. We hope to see you then. Thanks again for your patronage, and when leaving the track tonight, please do so safely. Good night. They are off and running for the final time in the 2025 season, and it was a fast beginning for GV Little Guy. Also, Easy Lovin' Beach down the center, flare for Emma Taylor right there, too. It's GV Little Guy lunging up the inside, Easy Lovin' Beach. GV Little Guy just from Easy Lovin' Beach, late on the scene, HHC Cheese, but GV Little Guy, an open length winner. And they are.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this opening day edition of Wire.